Many moons ago, we were told the street would paved with gold. So our people came by air and sea to earn the money they could keep them blind. Sadly, this never came to be when we learned we had just been invited to clean up after the war. Hurricane, fortunate, river intended to stay. Who could afford to leave these shores? Born and raised this way is a different game, but culturally, fresh direction, new ideas, opening our eyes and ears, allowing us to save our day. No more frustration, push back in my isolation. Positive creativity, finding ourselves.
Bless up, family. Early morning settings, wakey. Quick fasting too.
In society, you can't find me if you stop living life so blindly. Daddy says we'll never change things. I have faith in the African approach. Yeah.
Right.
You know.
What we're about, yes, family, UK Black. Like I say, Karen explains it beautifully. Many moons ago, we were told the streets were paved with gold. So our people came by air and sea. Come on. You
Nobody could understand what I said.
Where did you get the accent? UK Black. UK Black. Yeah, you know what we're about, people. Can't start getting this thing confused. Yeah, big up, big up, big up, big up. Yeah, so I love that you're on there, bud. Like I always say, man, it tells our story in a beautiful and precise way. So, grand risings to all the family, you know what I mean? You don't know. Quick passing through. It is the 25th day of the first month of the new decade, 2020. Yeah, and I hope it's been a good one for the family, boy. I hope it's had a good start still. I mean, it's look at that. Oh, look at that. It's been exactly a month since Christmas, man. Wow. You see how quick the time moves, family. Jeez, man. A month since Christmas already. You know what I mean? Everyone was feeling, you know what I mean, festive spirit, regardless if they celebrated or not. You know, the ones when you get to get a little time off work, this, that, and the other. But we're already a month on. It's just a madness, man. Jeez, man, the time, man. I often wonder. I know it probably sounds mad, but do you think we lost time when we went from from analog to digital? In fact, before I even go there, so yeah, let's first and foremost, you know what I mean? Let's give thanks and praise to the Most High. You understand that we've all lived to see another day. Yeah, like I always say, no one knows the minute, the hour, the second. You understand? And then that's some real talk, man. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, that's the first thing. Yeah, and yeah, let's all remain in good health. Yeah, but without health, any type of wealth, anything after that, trust me, family, is a waste of time. Yeah, it is a waste of time. Anything after that. So yeah, man, good health, man, good health, and even myself, we're trying to be, you know what I mean, a bit more conscious this year. You know what I mean, to be a little bit more healthy. Yeah, man, physically, mentally, spiritually, all these things. You know what I mean? Sometimes, yeah, you can forget about them things when you've got a busy life. But all right. So hold on a second now. What I wanna do? Okay. So yeah. So what I was just quickly saying about the oh my sis, cheese and peas. Come on, Kushti, man. Lovely to see you, my sister. You know what I mean? Trust me. Yeah, I want energy just take me up. The most comfortable things. And grand rises to yourself, Mr. Woodsman. You know I always smile when I say the name Mr. Wood now. Hey. Woo. So yes, big up yourself, Mr. Woods and Hoods and Ting. But yeah, for real, the early risers, for real. People must also wet my bed. Especially as it's your one day off and all that. But boy, you know that go. But what I was saying, do you think, yeah, that it's possible that when we went from analog to digital, yeah, that in the long run that we lost time? Okay, so the reason why I'm kind of, well, let me try and show you what I'm getting at. So, I mean, like I said, it's probably not the case now, but because you know that they can count time in, like we know about seconds, obviously. Yeah, we daily we work in seconds, but we know time wise they break seconds into, I don't know if it's nano, all type of seconds. You know what I mean? And we know that if you think of something like the 100, yeah, the 100 meters, etc., we know there how, or not even just the 100 meters to be fair, but just like, you know, athletics, you know what I mean, sporting events where time is of the essence. And we know how important like a second is in them thing there, even like F1 and all them thing there, you know what I mean? But the point I'm making is obviously previously we counted in analog, i.e. we went tick tock, TikTok kind of thing, yeah. And then now we've obviously gone to digital, yeah. And I'm just thinking, like, you see that small lapse, could those multiple small lapses equate to a loss of time? You know, it might be a bit too early in the morning for them reasonings, boy. You know, me get up and have my cup of tea and thing already. Yeah, my gosh, my head's on one of them ones. But it's a serious thing though, man, because TikTok is slower than a digital it don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. It doesn't matter. All right then. So yeah, man. So big up the people in the house. So obviously at the moment as well, there's this thing with this flipping this Chinese fluting. Ah, I'm telling you, man. You know, there's always some type of nonsense early in the year internationally. Do you know what I mean? And I don't know what the people don't think about. I haven't really researched it too much, to be honest. Yeah, I've just heard little bits and bobs, but I know in the standard, I don't know, I got it from yesterday. No, I didn't got it. I mean, obviously, I can go to my phone. But do we think that it's what do we think? Do we think that it's a man-made kind of thing, laboratory kind of thing that they're sending out, or do we believe what we're being told? Which is that, what are we being told? Because yesterday I read, and I was just like, oh, I read that it was something, I don't know how true or false this is, you understand? So I'm just saying, it's what I read. Yes, it's have to lock in when I see the notification. I no longer digital, the loss of the radio error. I like them because it's disappointing how much time. All right, sis. See, bless up, man. Bless up. Love that. And love digital. The loss of the pirate. Well, there you go again. Yeah. Ah. See, look at that. Talk being talk, man. Talk being talk, because we can even talk about the pirate thing. But do you understand what I'm saying? Look, those seeing as though you think you with me, because if you know what I mean, tick, and like I said, like in to the normal era, whatever, it probably makes no difference. But I'm just thinking them small you know what I mean? They're not even you get me, over a period of time, obviously they're gonna build up to seconds and minutes and then days and years. I'm telling you, man. But anyway, because remember, they say in a real life in it that there's no such thing as time, only space. That's what they say in it. You know what I mean? But like I said, man, it might be a bit too early for that one. But well, indeed. You know what I mean? But and this is what I'm saying, you know, like sometimes I think that we spend so much time looking in the past and talking about the past, etc., that we're missing the present and the potential future. Do you know what I'm saying? Because like, why are we not having more conversations about the potential of life outside of this earth? Do you know what I mean? Considering these people spend billions upon billions of pounds and dollars and yen and whatever else a year on whatever types of explorations, this, that, and the other, why are we not talking more about the potential of things being outside of this universe as we know it? Do you know what I mean? Like I said, it's so much money is being spent. Or do we just sit here and think, they're just, you know what I mean? It's just a waste of money and and you know? But because I even say, well, boy, if we say those that believe in the Bible and the religions, well, let me stick to the Bible because Christianity can't adapt me more. And the people can't try to bother me up. But the point being is that there's angels in the Bible, yeah? Now I know an angel to be not of this world, innit? Not of this earth. Yeah? Which is exactly, it could be argued what a extraterrestrial is. Yeah? An extraterrestrial is not of this earth. But if you try to say, oh, bam, an angel is an extraterrestrial, people might start getting upset. You understand what I'm saying to you? But if an angel is not of this world, you understand, then they must reside somewhere. Where do they reside? You know what I mean? But yeah, man, I want to start having more conversations about that, to be honest. You with me? And yeah, man, because there's nothing that we can really talk about with regards to even, you know, this, you know, life after death. You know, do these things exist? Because we know that different, you know, different cultures or religions might have different beliefs. You get me? So maybe less looking back and more looking forward. You know what I mean? How many people? No, forget that one there. Forget that one. But yeah, man, extraterrestrials, do they exist? Are there things away from this plane? You see what I'm saying? Are, you know, are there aliens out there? You know what I mean? Roswell and Area 51, all these things, you know what I mean? Are these things real or are they false? Is it real or false? Is it real or false? But yeah, man. So yes, what was said about this Chinese thing? Because I read that it's got something to do with batsuit. What's that? Fuck, man. Yeah, contaminated through the consumption of batsuit. Yeah. Now, in the first place, I didn't even know that we, as people out there, drinking batsuit. Yeah. So, what are the properties of batsuit, man? Like, oh, come on, man. Bat soup, you know, family. Bat soup, man. Oh, and then people are out here cussing some of us for eating chicken foot soup, stuff. Yeah, and there's people out here drinking bat soup. Yeah, oh my gosh, man. So, in fact, let me just try and find a story about it. Let me just, because, and seemingly, you know, every so often, you know, there's always some kind of breakout of some kind. I don't know. Have they said what drug that they need to defeat it? Because you know, some pharmaceutical companies must be just rubbing their hands right now. Sorry to sound fucked up and conspiratorial, but in my little age, man, every so often there's some type of madness breakout of something or the other. Now you can put that down to just coincidence. You know what I mean? Because obviously shit happens, in it. Let's not be any you know what I mean, thing about that, man. But I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I was about to say these strategic happenings, but let me get something up. Let's have a little, because I really haven't looked into it too hard. I'm not even gonna lie, fam. Because sometimes when you hear things, you're just like, oh. She said, yes, I hear it's from bats, apparently from small village in China. No, actual bat soup. Yes, sis. I read that, like I said, I read it, so you get me. But yeah, it's a bat soup. Them are drinks. You understand? Bat soups. And I'm not I'm not even gonna lie, man. But sometimes I've watched that is it Border Force thing or one, you know, them ones. The Australian one. And there's some people from Asia trying to bring in some real mad shit. I'm not gonna lie. Some real mad stuffs. You know what I'm saying to you? And that's when we know that there's really are different cultures out there, man. Because that's what I'm saying, innit? People are mad at us with little chicken foot, and then there's people out here drinking coffee back soup. Oh dear, nothing's working, man. None of my electrical gadgets are working for me. Let's have a look. What? Let's see. Let's see what the most recent chatting is. All right, so this is from the BBC. All right, there are currently 1,287 confirmed cases in China, 41 of whom have died. Oh, in fact, let me just read the headline. I just went straight into it. So this is from, like I said, BBC, China, coronavirus. Death toll rises as disease spreads. Health officials in China say 15 more people have died from the coronavirus in the province of Hubei, where the outbreak first started. It comes as China begins celebrations of the Lunar New Year, one of the most important dates in its calendar. Many events have been cancelled, and a new hospital is being built in the city of Wuhan. One of the dead was a doctor at a hospital in Hubei, China Global Network reported. The virus has also now spread to Europe, with 3 cases confirmed in France. The first case was in Bordeaux, whilst the other 2 was in the Paris area, the French health minister said on Friday night. And 1 case has been confirmed in Australia. Chinese media outlets said a new 1,000-bed hospital being built to deal with the crisis could be ready within 6 days. Right. So China is building a whole new hospital to deal with this situation. Mad, a whole new hospital in a week, flipping out. Proper Lego thing. Pharmacies in Wuhan have begun to run out of supplies, oh dear, and hospitals have been filled with nervous members of the public. Oh dear, oh dear. So I'm saying, family man, what a way to start your new year, man. My gosh. Symptoms seem to start with a fever, followed by a dry cough, and then after a week leads to shortness of breath and some patients needing hospital treatment. About a quarter of cases are thought to be severe. Travel restrictions vary from city to city. Wuhan is effectively on lockdown. All bus, metro, and ferry services have been suspended, and all outbound planes and trains cancelled. Residents have been advised not to leave, and roadblocks have been reported. Ezhou, a smaller city in Hubei, shut its railway stations, while the city of Anxi has suspended all bus services. So it goes on. Oh dear. Let me see. All right, what's the global situation? French Health Minister Agnes Buzyn said one of the French cases, a 48-year-old man of Chinese origin who had been visiting Wuhan, had been hospitalized in Bordeaux. Little was known about the second case in hospital in Paris, except that the patient had been traveling in China. All right, so other nations are investigating suspects cases, including the UK. Oh, all right, so thus far doesn't seem like. We'll see if I click that to do Scottish threat. An incident. So this one is China coronavirus incident team to deal with a Scottish threat. So this is as near as it seems that it's got to us. Let's have a look. An incident team has been set up to deal with the threat of coronavirus in Scotland after it was confirmed 5 people are being tested for the virus. Well, that's not good. The Scottish government said the tests were a precaution and experts will be monitoring the situation daily. Okay. Okay. So, seemingly at the moment, the UK shores, I don't want to say are safe, but let me see. They talk about there are currently no confirmed cases of the coronavirus in the UK, and the risk to the Scottish public remains low, a government spokesman added. Sorry, all those being tested in Scotland have respiratory symptoms and have been in the Chinese city of Wuhan, thought to be the source of the outbreak in the last 14 days. Okay. So at the moment they're saying that we're okay. Now they could be saying that just to keep a lid on it, or they might be talking the truth. But yeah, man, back soup, I'm saying. Let me see. Let's see if I can find a story to confirm that one. Make sure I weren't chatting China first. Let's see. Alright. Let's have a look. Alright, so this, oh dear, I don't know if this is a reputable, but even the picture looks disgusting, man. Let's have a look. So this is, oh, fucks. Oh, come on, man. Oh, that's disgusting. I just went onto the Daily Mail, yeah. And then the headline is revolting footage shows a Chinese woman eating a whole bat at a fancy restaurant as scientists link the deadly coronavirus to the flying mammoth. And there's just a woman there. Oh, family, it's disgusting, man. She's, oh, God damn it, man. Why would you eat a bat? Please tell me, why would you eat a bat? This woman is on film just fucking, oh, God, man, it's disgusting. Oh, that's not even something I want to see in the morning, man. Not gonna lie. Footage purporting to show a Chinese woman eating a whole bat at a fancy restaurant has gone viral as the country is ravaged by a new deadly virus believed to have come from the flying mammals. A separate trending video purports to show a Cantonese-speaking diners preparing to eat soup made with the nocturnal animal. The new strain of the coronavirus, which emerged in the central Chinese city of Wuhan last month, has killed at least 25 people, caused illness in more than 800, and caused the city of 11 million to be locked down. The virus, which can cause pneumonia, is poorly understood. Scientists now fear it may have spread to humans from snakes or bats. What the fuck? You see this cross-contamination thing again, family man. Oh, for fuck's sake, from snakes or bats, you know. Yeah. Why the people that money and snake? Why the people that my girl's proper got the bat up with her chopsticks, you know, and then holding the wing, you know, like you would hold a chicken wing. If I laugh, I'm dead, yo. You know how you would hold a chicken wing, family? I saw she hold the wing, yeah, and then the other chopsticks holding the other wing. Just, oh my God, family. And the bat's got a face. It looks like a pop of somebody. Oh my God. Oh, oh my God. Oh God. Nah, man. Nah, man. Fire for that, man. Nah, man. Fire for that, man. Nah, man. Come on, man. Come on, people. We can do better than this, man. Oh my God, man. Sorry, family. That's just made me a bit. But even my phone stopped working after watching that. Trust me, my phone just froze with them pictures, man. Freaking hell. Look, look, my phone did not like that. Oh God, man. They're not even pretty animals or cute. How you gonna eat something ugly? Nah, man. Look, all now my phone can't refresh. Mad thing. It's either that or there's enough people on the page, but that shouldn't be the case, man. You know, it can't handle the traffic. But my phone is not liking it. I'm gonna just click out and go in again. But my phone did not like that at all. But yeah, family, so it looks like some eating of bat or eating of snake settings. You understand? And then boom, some cross-contamination. Some cross-contamination, sorry. Yeah, oh my god. Did you in fact, no, not even. Let me not even, man. Right, sorry family, I got a bit of fever there. What's this? After the PFA and physical. Gosh, what's going on here? So I'm just on the old Daily Mail. Now killer virus reaches Europe. Hunting's on UK for 2,000 people. Oh, for fuck's sake, here we go. So this says now killer virus reaches Europe. Hunt is on in the UK for 2,000 people who flew in from Wuhan in the last 2 weeks as France declares 3 cases and first British patient to be tested reveals treatment in spaceman suits. Great. Oh, great. So here we go. Michael Hope, 45, was one of 14 patients in the UK to be tested. He was given the all clear as France confirmed Europe's first cases of the virus, and health officials in the UK desperately tried to trace 2,000 people who have flown to Britain from Wuhan. Mr. Hope was rushed to an isolated unit at Newcastle's Royal Infirmary after telling his GP about his return from China. 2 patients tested positive for the illness, with one hospitalized in Paris and the other in Bordeaux. Okay, so let's still talk about the French one. All right, so they're saying right now that they're looking for 2,000 people in Britain, yeah, that have come from that city to England in the last 2 weeks. Thank you very much. So I don't know, man. Is it time to draw for some masks? Is that what they're telling us? Mad thing, man. Is this thing an airborne thing anyway? Like, how do you catch this? Wuhan hospital doctor 62 dies 9 days after contracting deadly coronavirus as he battled to save infected patient. Oh, fuck's sake. So now a doctor's died. Rest in peace to the doctor. Oh dear, died from the virus. It was not immediately clear if his death was already counted in it. Oh dear. The virus traced to a seafood market. They say more than 1,300 people have been infected globally with the virus traced to a seafood market in the central city of Wuhan that was illegally, you see, illegally. That's what I'm saying, man. Illegally selling wildlife. You understand? Health authorities around the world are scrambling to prevent a pandemic. For fuck's sake. So there you have it, family. Do you know what I mean? An illegal, if this report is true, obviously. But yeah, an illegal, what was it? Market selling wildlife. A seafood market selling wildlife illegally. All right, sis. I'm telling you, because me see one yesterday with a mask, and I'm saying to him, yo, yeah, do you know something I don't know about? For real. It's not even a joke. But this guy happened to be deaf. Or nah, a bit, not deaf, but I can't think of the right word. A bit muted, so yeah. Boris Johnson is preparing to sack 5 women from his cabinet, but plans to promote junior female staffers amid concerns over sexism accusations. Oh dear. Oh dear. So my, oh dear, do I even want to read that, man? Is it? Oh, let me make sure this is today. Oh, shit. Yeah, it is today. It's today. Right. Let's see what that says. Signed, sealed, delivered. Historic moment. Boris Johnson signs the Brexit deal at Downing Street. He put Parker pen to paper on the official copy of the withdrawal agreement in Downing Street yesterday afternoon. Sorry. Ending months and months of bitter and divisive politics. The Prime Minister voiced his hope that it brings to an end far too many years of argument and division ahead of Brexit on January the 31st. His actions in Downing Street anteroom came hours after it was claimed that Mr. Johnson wants to strike a trailblazing trade deal with Japan by the autumn and before deals are done with the EU and US. We can now move forward as one country with a government focused upon delivering better public services, greater opportunity, and unleashing the potential of every corner of our brilliant United Kingdom, while building a strong new relationship with EU as friends and sovereign equals, he said. So that was a nice rambling. But yeah, so 31st, we leaving. Oh yeah. I did, sis. I did, man, regarding the Gambia thing. I did, sis, and that's what I was even saying to Spice yesterday. Like, you know what I mean? Certain times when I come online and talk about certain things, but it's so depressing and just, you know what I mean? And I don't know. And then worse than that, are we gonna talk about it to flipping try to stop it or just, you know what I mean? So yeah, I did, man, and yeah, I did. I tweeted it still, but that's what I'm saying, sis. You get me? Once you think about them thing there, it's just a mazza, man. It's just a mazza. You know what I mean? But I haven't. Sis, man. And the thing is, and this is what I'm saying, nothing really. But you know, but I mean, fuck's sake, man. You know what I mean? I saw a couple pictures. It just made my blood boil, and but yes, I have. But like I said, I'm not even gonna lie and say that. You know what I mean? I've gone and done some big research on it because that would be a lie. But what? You know what I mean? The little bit was enough for it. You know them ones. And this is what I'm saying about. Oh yeah, man. This is what I'm saying about the looking back thing. You know what I mean? Enough looking back why we might miss what we're going right now in the here and now. Which to me, you know what I mean? You know, real life is more important, man. Yeah, but now it's in Gambia. How Rasta man and conscious man now run them out and fire upon. Well, this is well said, my sister. Well said. Do you know what I mean? And the auntie them. Well, why indeed, sis? Because obviously we would hate to think that there's we would sis, man. This is what I'm saying, man. Because obviously somewhere there is someone being complicit. You get me? In terms of, are they just teeth in the pit of them? You understand? Or are they out in the open with the pit? That's what I'm saying, sis. So my point being now, and this is why, you know what I mean, it's just depressing. Because that means that someone knows, innit? You get me? That's what I'm saying. So are we saying then that basically people are giving up their pit? You understand? That's the whole point, in it. Because if your child's gone missing, then you're telling your family or the police or whomever, in it, like we said. So the mere fact that there's sis, I'm telling you, this is what I'm saying, man. And this is today. So all the look, you know what I mean, all the looking back and talking about the back, it's all good and that, but right now, that's what I'm saying, real issues. You get me? So yeah, it's just yeah, it's just you don't even want them thoughts in the morning, but yes, it's you know what I mean. I mean, do I really want to find that article? But this breaks my even now as my heart. You get me? My heart just sank. Oh man, my whole vibe just changed. And this is what I'm saying. This is in 2020, man. You understand? And too often we're out here fucking crying and fighting and bawling about things that have happened thousands of years ago, man. Oh my god, man. Shit. All right, let me see. No, I hear you, sis. I hear you, sis. I hear you, but it's real life, innit? You understand? That's the thing. It's real life, man, and yeah, that's the thing, man. Fuck's sake. Alright. You're gonna hear a bit of noise, family, because alright there. I'll have to move operations. Oh, alright. So I'm gonna read a little bit of it, man, just for the inserts of but yeah. But now look at that. I tell you, most high works, boy. Oh, my the boy just come in now, so it's, I might have to just hold on that one still. Go and get your dad to do your thing. Hold on. 1 second, family. Yeah, sorry about that, family. You don't know, man. Alright, I'm gonna just read a little bit of it, and I'm sure those of us, I don't know, but just because yeah, man. Tragic Gambian children are being sold to British paedophiles for as little as a £2 a time by this is what I'm saying, sis, by their desperate parents. You understand? So if the parents are doing it, anyway, huge numbers of predators are taking advantage of lax laws in the poverty-stricken African country. There you go, sis. Lax laws, yeah, to embark on sick child abuse holidays where they openly target little boys and girls. Fuck, boys and girls. Fuck's sake, man. See, I don't even know. And here it's got a picture of a fucking big old white crusty man. It says a tourist wading the sea with a small African child in the Gambia, where the child sex abuse is rife. Yeah. There's another picture, family, where again some old white guy, fat guy, is holding one little boy. A man with a British accent holds a scared toddler in his arms. But there's people around, family. You understand me? There's people around, man. So, and you see, this is why I say, like, you see, not much has changed, man. And for real, and there's wicked among. Anyway. It says, Sutherland first hand saw how poor Gambian children can be vulnerable to British pedos. When we visited the British beach resorts that dot Cololi on the country's picturesque Atlantic coastline, yeah, there's that bloody Atlantic coastline again. You get me? Who's this? Who's this? Yeah, K. Oh, right. Our reporter was constantly shocked by the number of unaccompanied African minors he saw being cared for, oh my God, by middle-aged Western men who did not appear to be their biological fathers. Fuck's sake. The encounters witnessed included a girl aged between 6 and 8 having lunch. Oh, hold on, I've just lost the thing, family. Is that Brother K from New Zealand? Yo, is that K from New Zealand? Alright, I'll leave him there for a minute. The encounters witnessed included 6 and 8 having lunch with a balding white-haired man in restaurants filled with similarly aged tourists. Yeah, so this is in restaurants and that's it. So it's obviously going on in open view. Yeah, open view. The same day we saw a stoutly built man in his 50s or 60s wading into the ocean, gripping the hand of a tiny African child in white swimming shorts. Equally unsettling was the sight of a Gambian toddler watching wide-eyed with fear as a middle-aged white woman got into a fist fight with a young black prostitute at a popular beach bar. It was 11:30 at night and the air was thick with cigarette smoke. The child, no older than 2, was being held closely by a white man with a British accent. The fuck, family? You hear that? See, that's why. See, God, this is just exposing our shit. You get me? But at the end of the day, it's in the fucking Sun and the Daily, so it's not even them ones. But our investigation comes as experts warn that the economic crisis unleashed by the collapse of travel for. Oh wow, look at that. Our investigation comes as experts warn that the economic crisis unleashed by the collapse of travel firm Thomas Cook is helping turn the former British colony into a paedophile paradise where perverts can operate unchecked. Oh gosh, man. Thomas Cook flew 45% of the Gambia's 100,000 annual visitors from the UK to the capital's Banjul until it went into liquidation under the weight of its debts in September. Wow. In an exclusive interview, Lamin Fati, the national coordinator of the Child Protection Alliance in the Gambia, reveals that both male and female tourists are targeting African minors. Well, he warns, wow, and this is him quoting, he warns sex is cheap in my country. Oh, God, man. And children are being sold for as little as $150, or just over £2 in your currency. Fuck's sake, man. Some of the parents know that this is what I'm saying, man. And this is the minister himself saying this. Some of the parents know their children are being abused and they accept it because they are so desperate to feed, what? Desperate for food in their bellies in 2020. Oh, come on, people, man. What the fuck, man? How can this be? How can a place that can grow shit, big up yourself, Betty, man. How can a place that can grow shit be hungry? What is going on? What's going on? Hold on a second. I'm gonna have to check the ground of Gambia, right? The fertility thing or whatever. What do you mean hungry? Hold on a minute. What do you mean? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, family. I don't. Gambia doesn't suffer from drought and these things. So why are they hungry? Hold on. Because even if you've not got, that's just pissed me off, man. Let me just finish reading it, man. Oh, Gotti, like seriously, fam. Like, hello?
Hey, baby love.
Bless up, Gotti. Bless up, man. Bless
How
up.
you doing?
I'm
Nah,
good. I'm good, sir. I'm good. But let me just finish this story, Gotti, yeah? Let me just finish this still. I don't know if you've heard about this in America. Have you heard about this in America? What's going on in Gambia?
yeah. I heard about it. I heard a little bit
Yeah.
about it.
So I'm just reading a little yeah, because someone so sis, you know what I mean? So this is what I'm saying. The parent look, he warned sex is cheap in my country and the children are being sold for as little as 150 dalices or £72 in your currency. Some of the parents know their children are being abused and they accept it because they are so desperate for food in their bellies. Fam, I can't work with this, man. Others are too naive. Naive! Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Naive. Others are too naive to realize. They think the Westerner is paying their bills and helping their boy or girl out of the kindness of their heart, while in reality they have bad intentions. Oh, come on, man. Oh, come on, man. They. Oh, it's you, Kush. Oh, sorry, sis. Sorry. Try again, man. Try again, man. Try again. I'm gonna send a positive energy next time we talk about work. Oh my gosh, man. Naive. Anyway, I'll read on, man. That's what I say now, innit? You see, that same naivety that's put us in situations previously, family. You get me? This is what I'm saying. Big up yourself, Betty.
Morning,
Yeah,
Aida. Thank you. Hi, Gotti.
How you doing, Betty?
I'm all right, hon. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, Betty.
Oh, it's just I read this article. It's just really sad. I don't know. But to tell you the truth, I think people have to understand this is a problem all over Africa because I've heard the same thing in Morocco, Algeria with the French that go over.
This pedophile thing is just too.
And Kenya, they do it in Kenya as well. All
Oh,
those.
don't forget about Angola. Angola's another one. Angola.
Oh, to go Angola as well.
Now you see, no man, this is actually pissing me off, man. Like now you see, and this is what I'm saying now. I'm speechless. I'm actually speechless, man.
No. And where's all the protest? When they're protesting, when the white girls are getting abused by these Muslim Asian men, I see that all white people all kick up fuss. But when it's their own people flying out to terrorize African children, where's all the protests on the British streets? Where's Tommy? Where's Tommy Robinson to out his own fellow white man?
But the thing is, Betty, I was just reading what the one of the ministers himself. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
Do you know? Well, you said that you've read it anyway, so I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if they've like given up. You know what I mean, Betty? I don't know, man. How you not going around with your gun just killing people? You know? I just don't know, man. But then they're saying that the parents themselves are you get me, involved.
Yeah, but Gambia is the country that had that Yaya Jammeh that fleeced the Gambian public purse and was flying cars to Equatorial Guinea. Their public purse is just you know, empty. He ran off and stole so much money. So in terms of that state, what they survive on, I think they say is it 1/3 of their economy is tourism. They really need tourism.
Well, this is what I
Right.
was reading, Betty, because like I said, I didn't even dig into it. So, but yeah, because they're saying in this piece anyway, and they see that they've actually gone there and done their investigations, because obviously you can see all the pictures and that. But they're saying because Thomas Cook flopped, Betty, you get
Yes.
me? That's where the
Yeah.
problem really escalated. So,
Yeah.
and that's the thing. Like even here, when you obviously we knew about Thomas Cook going, but I suppose you don't really think of them sort of ramifications of how deep it goes,
Yeah.
where the airline goes out. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
yeah, 1/3 of their tourism. That's
Because you know those white people used to love going Gambia. That was their winter, warm, cheap holiday destination.
well, because I mean, because I mean, I knew quite a few people back in the day. That's when as West Indians, whatever. A lot of people first went to Gambia. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
When they started going back. So that's how I really got to know about Gambia in that respect. But fuck me, it didn't. But he
Yeah.
said child abuse is going on all the time in the Gambia,
Yes.
and the government is see, and this is him saying, hold on, this is him saying this guy, I tell you, this guy he's talking, he's the national Lamin Fati, the national coordinator of the Child Protection Alliance in the Gambia. So this is who's making these statements, Betty, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This is it. It's
One second. He goes, child abuse is going on all the time in the Gambia, and the government is not doing enough to put a stop to it. Our children are being approached directly on the beaches or the streets, and child abusers from all over Europe, including the UK, are coming up here for this. I want to make it clear that this does not just involve men, but also adult women of God who are paying for sex with teenage boys in the Gambia. Fuck's sake. We have laws that are supposed to stop this from happening, but they are not being enforced. So we have become a paradise for pedophiles. Fuck yeah, now. A paradise for pedophiles. He said, Betty, as tourism makes up
yeah.
1/3, like you said, Betty, of the country's GDP, there are fears that businesses will go bust and locals will go hungry, following an estimated 50% drop in economic activity that has already hit beach resorts. See, this is what happens when you're solely reliant on tourism, man. You know what I mean? It's not a good look. Lawyer and children's rights advocate Malik Jallo told Sun Online, while some tourists will always want to help poor Gambians, others will see this situation as an opportunity to exploit young children. The problem is that the abuse is sometimes carried out with the blessing of their parents because they are in need. This is fucked up shit, man. The perception, the perception is that you see what? Nothing ain't fucking changed, man. Nothing ain't changed, man. Fuck. You understand? The perception, Betty, is that white people are two babs, as they call them, have stacks of cash, and
Yeah.
these parents are often excited that their child has attracted the attention of a white man. Can you imagine thinking like that, Betty?
I don't know. I understand what they're thinking in the sense of it's not what they're thinking as this white man got to sponsor their children, meaning you're going to give money so they can afford school fees and etc. etc. That's what they're thinking. I don't think when the son's saying that they've given their blessing. No parent gives their blessing for their kid to be abused. What they're thinking.
But Betty, this isn't the son saying this, This is the alliance man,
Man can say that, but I don't believe that any parent would give their child away to be abused. I think it's more of a sense of thinking, this man says, this white man, they have plenty of money, they can afford
But
to go
Betty,
on
what do
holiday.
you think that they're okay? But what could okay then? So because they did say that obviously they're naive, innit?
Yes.
So even if we try and be naive in our minds, yeah, we have a child. You see this white man. All right, I'm hungry. Okay. What do you get? What do we think that they're gonna be doing with your child, Betty? They can't. Come on, man.
I don't know. I honestly don't. I don't want to think, and I just don't think because I know they don't have a welfare state. They just think.
Betty, I'm not being judgmental, you know. Like it's not one of them ones. So don't think I'm being. I'm just saying. I mean, when I said that, just imagine what you have to be thinking in your head to do that. I was definitely trying to put myself in the mother's position. I mean, how desperate must you be or feel, or how hungry must you be? You understand me? To have to go. You get me? Oh, mate.
Because the thing is, the thing is, not obviously not all of these white British men that are going to the Gambia are paedophiles. Do you know what I mean? You have men that are teachers and stuff like that, and I couldn't imagine someone's gonna. And it also depends on the age of the children as well. Do you see what I mean? Because the word child in the state in England means under 16, under 8. You see what I mean? So if say a white man approaches your daughter, she's 13, and then she goes off with him. Do you see what I mean? That parent might be aware of what he's after, but do they see sex between a 13-year-old and a big man? Something wrong in the Gambia.
But Betty, these aren't even 13 though. You get me? You've heard the ages that have been read out. You understand?
What ages did they say?
2 and all that, Betty. Hold on.
No.
Hold on. All right, hold on. All right, let me go back to the beginning.
Because for me, I just feel the onus has to be put on the man that's abusing the child, not the parent. Because at the end of the day, the paedophile is the one. If you're raping and taking children, you the one getting the blame. You can say the parents are complicit, but as long as the parents ain't the one raping their own children, and it's this white man that come to take the child and rape them, the pedo got to be the one taking the majority of the responsibility. Because there's plenty of parents but there's plenty of adults that look after children and they don't even think of abusing them.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Betty, in terms of obviously the person doing the act is the cunt, man. You get me? But we have to also face reality. I don't even say face reality, man, but it says the problem is that the abuse sometimes carried out with the. All right, so you believe that that's not the case?
No, I don't. I don't believe that any parent would give a 3 or 5-year-old away to be abused. And I don't believe it's their problem because I don't believe it's their responsibility in the sense of many people give their children away. You give your children to go to school. If your child goes and gets abused by a teacher, was it your fault? Because you believed that adult was a kind-hearted person that would look after your child. Because obviously they never told you that they were a paedophile and they were going to rape your child. So that's why I'm saying that there's so many situations where people give their children away to adults they know nothing about. But we've all heard of situations where parents are giving their child to the scout leader because they said they were doing some activities for the children. And you know how old scouts are. They start at 5 and the kids have ended up getting raped. Is it the parents' responsibility because they thought that these people were kind-hearted people that were just doing activities for the children? Or is it the pedo?
I mean, I do appreciate what you're saying in terms of obviously as a paedophile, you're going out there looking to do these things. You understand me? And that the children are obviously victims. You understand? I definitely understand that. Kushti, you there, sis? Before I go any further.
Hi, Kushti. I think she.
Yeah.
Grand Rising, how are you, mate?
Grand Rising to you, man. Yo, Divine War One. Yeah, what you saying, Kushti, man? I tell you, boy.
Bless up, Betty. Yeah, man, it's a
That's not-
deep thing. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I didn't even. I'm sorry for bringing the tone, not even down, but just to that kind of mood. But it just made my blood boil reading it. But as you said, when Betty and the other person was saying it, like this is not only in the Gambia, it just kind of makes you realize, because I think the stereotype is normally white men going to Asia, like the middle-aged white men going to Asia, and you don't really. It's like, I don't know, I get a sense of, especially like in Britain, we don't really have to, I mean, we're all on our P's and Q's, especially now, but I don't think it's an initial worry in regards to paedophiles and our kids as much as it is to like other sectors. So to see this and knowing that you are particularly going for like Black African little boys and little girls, and the fact that like there was pictures of them just out in the open in cafes and just walking around, and there was
that's
like,
what I was trying to say to Betty, like when Betty was saying that they're just giving them thinking whatever, when they're actually visually seeing them, Betty, they must, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man.
I mean, I didn't hear what exactly what Betty was saying, because I was in and out. Sorry, you know how it is. But I do you know what? I'm not even angry at the actual residents at this point, because it's like, I mean, everyone knows how it is when you're just like, when you feel like you're starving, yeah, you can't think straight, yeah. So I couldn't even imagine, yeah, being to the point of starvation. I know I can't even comprehend that, number one.
What I was saying, could you imagine? Yeah, exactly, sis.
Yeah.
Like for example, when I was speaking to my auntie in Nigeria, yeah, we were talking about food, and she was saying some people are lucky to get 1 meal a day in Nigeria. Now, Nigeria is Africa's biggest economy.
Richest, yep.
Yeah. So if in Nigeria people are lucky to get, 1-2 square meals a day, let alone the Gambia. And I don't know if you remember years ago in this country, parents had sent their children to nursery school where their children were being sexually abused. Are the parents complicit in the fact that they gave their children to men, teachers, nursery teachers, and they weren't even primary school level. I mean, little kids just like these Gambian children, 2, 3, 1, who gets sexually abused. Are the parents complicit because they believed that those people would look after their children, and the children got sexually abused?
I think for me, right, what I was trying to say is like, I can't imagine being in that state of mind. Yeah, you can't think straight. Everything's a struggle. You're not even leaving. You're just thinking about surviving, and you've got kids as well. And we already know the stigma of the white man or the white individual who goes to Africa. They are the savior. They still have that. And if you're going to remote villages and things like that, although these places look like they're straight up tourist places, which shocks me even more. Right. And it's not even just the families, because at the end of the day, we know the mentality of most people living in Africa. My thing is, what is going on with the authorities, with the expats who are going over there, talking about how they're having a great life and things like that? Why haven't they got their shit together and gone down there and hotted these people up? Like, how is it that you're so brazen to walk down a tourist high street with a toddler? Like a toddler, and you're like 60s. There was a picture where it was like an old man, and they were holding this baby. It was a toddler. There was like no more than 2, and the toddler looked distressed, visibly distressed, and he's walking just clenching a child. And it was so bad that they took a picture of it, and she just literally documenting what was happening at that time and how she just felt like. I mean, even to be a journalist and just let that happen. Like, this is the thing now. This is in Gambia. Like, it's just
also,
and the way he was so brave to just say,
one, you don't know where the child came from. One, you don't know where the child came from. You don't know if these children are the stall holders' children, and also they are also British tourists that are there that see their fellow Britons doing that. Why don't they do something about it?
Exactly. How many times when I was in the system, when I'm working and you're sitting at the desk and you always had that one individual who's always taking those multiple trips to Thailand, and everybody knows but no one says anything. It's within this culture. It's disgusting. And you know what? call me biased or whatever. I just used to think it's disgusting, and I never thought about it. But to think that they're actually doing this in the Gambia, it's just a different thing for me. Like it literally, because I know the culture. It's like embedded. They even say it and boast about it in work. We know how insidious the culture is in regards to paedophilia in this country. So if we know how they feel about going to Thailand and things like that, you can imagine what they're doing in Africa. Like we should be doing something that way.
You know, this whole children's organisations have always been a front for child abuse. Did you hear what Oxfam was meant to be doing in Haiti?
Yeah, a whole bunch of orphan kids.
Yeah, but what were the parents and what were the citizens of Haiti told that this organisation was these adults, the white man was coming to help. You know, so these children being given to these white people, and these Haitians generally thought that these were good-hearted white people. Little did they know that Oxfam, a huge organisation, was a front for child abuse, child trafficking, and child sex abuse. That's the problem you've got. People are, you know, if you have a respect, if you come with an air of respectability and you're white, people will say, oh, well, they wouldn't do that. And other white people allow it to happen. It's not just the black Gambians that are allowing this to happen. How many white people are on that flight where they see their fellow Britain? And they said it wasn't just British men, it was British women too. They see them.
Oh my God. When I read that part, boy, a bunch of middle-aged women going out there and just picking up teenage boys.
Yeah.
It's from teenage to adulthood boys for sex.
Yeah, that's what they do. There was a whole film. There was a film about it. But this one was set in Kenya, and it was a middle-aged German woman going to have sex with, you know, teenagers and men in Kenya. But then, you know, the gigolo, that's what they get up to. I've heard it even in the Caribbean, even Jamaica, rent a rasta.
Yeah, getting their groove back in it.
Yeah, I remember one of my white friends went to there. She said she slept with 17. It was 17 men in what you call it, Jamaica, as a 16-year-old, and ended up with herpes. That's what she got.
Hey.
Wow, boy!
Yeah.
What a reputation!
Yeah,
what a reputation for the world.
This is it. You know, one of these white girls, like her and her sister, one of them, they had to have a black man. Yeah. And then she ended up getting that at such a young age. So this is the type of thing. But sex tourism, people, you know, in Africa, they turn a blind eye to it, don't they? You know what I mean? And then, let alone fucking child sex tourism, people are just, I never saw anything and I didn't hear anything because they can't rely on the state. But I'm sure that Gambian, because I read the article, they said that Gambian fruit seller was doing his best to tell the children to go away and raise awareness.
Yeah.
The Gambian fruit seller saying that the children are not aware of what the wicked intentions of these British paedophiles. But the children
and you wouldn't at that age. You're not going to look at a man, especially if you've seen that figure and everything associated to that figure is holier than thou. And you don't even have those kind of thoughts at 3, 4, 5, 6.
No.
That's the last thing you're going to think about. And then this holier than thou, this godly man comes to you and offers you support, which you naturally would expect this holier than thou individual to do. You'll go for it. Now,
And
those who are willingly do it, the parents who willingly do it, I have no excuses for them whatsoever. But I do believe that there can be some naivety there. Whether we think it's a justified naivety, it's still there. These are still rural countries. These are countries that are still struggling. My thing is, the people who are going over there, the expat, listen, if I was down there, I feel no way, as a British person as well, to ask this middle-aged white man, what are you doing with this 3-year-old? My voice would be loud. Why are we not just shaming them out of there? We've got mobile phones and everything. Like, I cannot believe just the blasé of being able to walk through the high. Could you ever do that here? Could you just see a couple of men walking around and there's just this special corner or this area that you knew where middle-aged men are just walking around, 3, 4, 5-year-olds with no parent, no carer to be seen? Like, why are we even raising our voices when we see this?
You know what? In the Netherlands, you know what I saw in the Netherlands? I thought was so many white women with little black kids like our colour. And that just looked fucking weird. I don't know where they got those little black children from. You know, like young 5, 4. And I was just like, I don't know, maybe they adopted. I have no idea, but I thought that was just freaking weird and stuff. But also, the article says that these children are being told by the parents that they go and bring fruit and veg and go and sell it on the tourist place and don't come back until you've sold it. So this is another reason why the children are dead, because they're working there. They're told that go and sell something, go and give a 5-year-old some peanuts. You see those white people in the holiday destination, go and sell it and make sure you come back with money so we can eat. So this is another reason why the kids are there. So even if you tell them go away, if they go away and go home, they're going to get a beating when they go home because they didn't sell that fruit and veg that they were told to. They probably won't even get anything to eat. So
This is what I mean. Like that's a big problem, right? And these people are taking advantage of a bigger issue. Do you know what I mean? That's a poverty issue. Do you know what I mean? But coming in and purposely coming in and knowing that, boasting like for £2, like it's the thing you get to know. Like I can't believe that myself and a lot of people just so out of the loop that we're just letting this happen. And not even that, the kind of the things that I hear about Gambia is like, oh, the uprising, people moving out there, there's building up, there's this, that, and the other. You know, I was even thinking about going down there with my fam, and to think that this is going on, like next door, like hello, what are we doing about this? Because we know better. We're not struggling for £2. No middle-aged white man can offer us anything. So we've got more of the power. So why are we always expecting people who can barely think straight, can't even get a full meal in, got loads of kids? Do you know what I mean? Are we either for together, the diaspora? We're either really on this or we're not. Yeah, and that's what it's about when you have diaspora.
But there's another problem in Gambia. There's the fact that the former president fleeced the state for millions and millions and millions of pounds. He took the Gambian coppers and ran to another dictatorship, Equatorial Guinea. And the Gambian state's trying to prosecute him and get the money back. So this is even in order to have law enforcement, to have police officers, to have child protection services, in order to enforce these laws to protect Gambian children. If the state doesn't have any money, how easy is it? And they say in this article, in order to deal with these British paedophiles, it's not as easy if you don't have the money and the manpower in order to enforce the child protection laws. And then it also says, this is what the British paedophiles do. They will befriend the family, come with good intentions, buy the family a big bag of rice and food, and then they get the children. That's what it says in that Sun article. So they're flashing the cash. So they don't say straight away, here, have £2 for your child. No, they're coming bearing gifts like Santa Claus. And that is the profile of a paedophile anyway. That's what they do. Initially, the abuse is
like tuition. Sorry to interrupt this, but I was just going to add to your point that some of them even offer tuition and things like that as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. School fees. I said that before, that they were offered school fees. That's what they do. But it's a very child abuse and child enforcement. It's not a very easy thing to. It's just not very. It's not easy because there's so many different situations where people can get access to children. I mean, look at that story that I was talking about in the UK, where parents were sending their children to a nursery and the kids were getting raped and being abused. How do you think those parents felt? They were told that nursery was fine, and their children ended up getting abused. Do you know what I mean? So it's not. So there's so many different situations where if a paedophile really wants to get to children, you'll be amazed at how cunning they are. And then not only that, you've got people that see it happening and they turn the blind eye. They see that this person is no good, and they just turn the blind eye.
But those in the village who know about it and literally knowingly do it, I have no compassion for them. They're just as bad or worse.
Oh no, the people. If you're not abusing children, you're not as bad as worse. It's the abuser that is the worst person. Whether the person turned a blind eye to it, the person that's doing the abusing has to take the majority of the blame. You know what I mean? Because this is half the problem. A lot of these paedophiles will blame people who turned a blind eye or the parents or whatever, and they never seem to serve any time.
Yeah.
They get away
Mad.
with it. That's why so many of them do get away with it, because they'll come up with all types of. You've heard. I don't know if you heard the one a couple of years ago, but when that guy goes says, it's normal to have sex between adults and children. That PlAY organization with Harry and Hartman? You know, that paedophile exchange. There was one old white man talking about it, and she was one of the people that was campaigning to lower the age of what do you call it, consent for the age of consent. But the organization that she was interacting with was called PlAY, the Paedophile Exchange Network, and they were trying to, you know, get sex between adults and children legalized. It was disgusting. Oh, and this guy that was part of it, they interviewed him on a documentary, and he was like, it's just normal. It's normal for adults and children to have sexual relations, and the children enjoy it. Oh, it was disgusting. And this is the mentality we've got in Britain. Like Harriet Harman, the MP. I'm sure people have heard of Harriet Harman. She was a solicitor. Look, an MP for fuck's sake. She got bun out for that and that connection. But this is what the problem you've got. Look at these. Look at, they said there was a elite paedophile ring in Parliament. What did it, the next minute we just told it was just Jimmy Savile. Even Edward Heath, the former Prime Minister, was said to be a paedophile terrorizing children. If they can't even deal with it at the highest state level, let alone deal with these ones that are flying over to Africa to terrorize African children. They don't really care about paedophilia in this country. And so I don't see a reason why they would care about African kids and Asian kids getting abused. That's why Lord Mountbatten got killed, didn't it? He was said to be raping peasant Indian kids, Lord Mountbatten, when the IRA blew him up. And I don't see the protest. Where are all the protests for these British paedophiles? Oh, I forgot, they're not brown and Asian. The only time these people will protest is when it's affecting their children. And even then, they didn't even do that. But what do you think should happen, ladies? What is it that you think should... Do you think there should be protests? Should black people go out and protest about it?
I think something needs to be done. I don't think it should just be an article. I think that article is powerful because they were just so like matter of the fact about it, and the way that the guy just blatantly said that, look, it's 2 of your pounds and things like that. It was just hard hitting. I think definitely the expats over there need to be doing something, anything, just something. You know, whether or not if it's a march or anything like that. I'm not the type of person who says like, just starts bashing any kind of movement or march don't solve anything. Like, if something gets done, at least that's something. But it needs to be something done to literally, because the whole thing about a pedophile is, although it feels like that's not the case, it's still supposed to be wrong to be a pedophile. So just going out there and outing them, getting your videos out, getting your phones out, doing something would be enough of a deterrent. to not have it the number one, like one of the number one sex stories. Like, come on, you can't be that boasty. You can't be walking around the high street with a toddler. You can't be that brazen.
You
So
know,
like,
I think it's one of those things that you have to go. Because my friend keeps asking me to go to the Gambia because she's from the Gambia. So I mean, I personally, I need to see what's going on myself. You know what I mean? Because it's very easy for people to report something where you don't really see, you can't see the full picture until you go yourself.
I agree. I've always wanted to go, but now this is more of a drive to go.
So what, do you think this is also a bit of propaganda, Betty?
I'm not saying that it's propaganda, but I'm just saying that, you know, it's just, you know, it's very easy to sensationalize something, and the Sun is not known
Right.
for being the most reliable source of
Yeah,
information.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
For all we know, there
Although
could be a
it
mad
hasn't.
group.
Go on, mate. Sorry.
For all I don't know, there could be a big, massive group of Gambians trying to do something there about it. Do you know what I mean? So that's what
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying.
true. That is true. I don't know, man. But I mean, the thing is, it just, and Betty's sort of raised the point to it already. It just really shows how big and wide this thing is, man. You get me? And we'd probably be just fighting to really know how deep it goes, man. You know what I mean? Because me, I think, you see, when they start outing man like Jimmy Savile and even this Weinstein guy, and you know what I mean, the few
Yeah,
in between have also been outed. I think they're protecting the big boys. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying to you? Carl, you know, when they're throwing out a man like Jimmy, you know what I mean? You know he's protecting some, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Man. And as you said, you already spoke about Edward Heath, you know what I mean? Um, oh mate, like I said, it's just not even a topic. Yeah, but it's yeah, it's peak, man. It's deep. It's disgusting. But
And
then,
another thing I'd like to know: what about the criminal element in the Gambia? What I'm thinking, because obviously Gambia is going to have its own paedophiles as well. So what I want to know is: are some of these children being taken by the, you know, some of the criminal element in the Gambia, and money being exchanged? You know, with these criminal British people coming, you know, the pedos. I want to know how deep it goes, because child trafficking and sex trafficking is already a big problem in Africa anyway. And obviously, you know, you've got children that are getting moved across borders. I'm sure people have heard of the chocolate farms where children are being, you know, trafficked from one country to, I think it's the Ivory Coast, where all the chocolate is, all the cocoa farms. They get trafficked there, not paid, and forced to work on the cocoa farms. So, you know, there's a criminal element in these countries that allow for children to be abused, and obviously they're getting paid.
mad thing, man. And this is what I'm saying, man. We spend all this time looking back and chatting about what's happened in the past, and these things are going on right here, right now. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And we don't even know about it. Like that thing, you know what I mean? It's just
And
oh.
you might even have corrupt police officers as well. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different things that, you know, might explain why there's a lack of um, enforcement, because, you know, corrupt police officers are everywhere, aren't there? So, you know, because what this is what they say, when what I read in that article is, from what I remember, they say they don't prosecute them even if they are reported. You know, these British paedophiles. So if the police allow a paedophile to get away with it, that's corruption, lack of enforcement. What is the point in people reporting it if the police allow them to get away with it? So this is another issue. People are reporting. Police just say we don't have the resources. We can't do this. We can't do that. We've not been paid in 2 months. You know, go and take the child and take the child. Go and find the parents and take the child. Give the parents the telling off, and then that's it.
And that is a reality as well in terms of resources and these things. Yeah. LeBron Akeem has said, well then, good morning to you first and foremost, LeBron. He has said the highest rape is in India. Every 13 minutes, girls are raped. Now, I don't know again how true that is, but if that's a true statistic, again, this is just disgusting. Yeah, fuck's sake, man.
And India
Listen,
would
man,
walk out that playground.
Huh?
I'm gonna bounce off, but let me just say my little part in it, so I just don't leave it on negative. I think it's good that we can come here and just talk about it and raise, like Betty raised some good points as well. Everyone who's said some points has raised some good points on there as well. I think there is things that we could positively do, at least even just to get it out there. Like I did not know about it, so it's good to have a place to come and discuss it and talk about what we can do about it. And if we are going out there and things like that, make noise. Like, do you know what I mean? You have if you are from Britain, you have the same passport as theirs. Like, make noise, hot them up, shame them. Is my kind of thing. And I think that it won't be a kind of place where you could just go there brazenly. But as what Betty said, it goes deeper. It's about the families. Is there like crimes and criminals going deeper within their countries and things like that that need to look deeper on. But I definitely think that this needs to be a concern. It's our kids, and I think that's why, you know what I mean, like things like that is going to trigger me, you know, because it could be it's just to say that we were just born in this country. It could be any one of our kids, you know. It's just that we happen to have been born here.
That's right.
And we need to start thinking like that. So yeah, bless her. You know, I'll be listening in the background anyways, but you don't know the settings. So
yeah.
And bless up to the panel as well. Sorry, I'm always terrible saying bless up to the chat as well. All right.
All right, Mr. Kushti, give thanks. Thanks for passing through.
I would also say to people, it shouldn't stop you from going to the Gambia. I would definitely say, because there's obviously struggling with tourism now, and people are not wanting to go, or they've not been able to find the flight because Thomas Cook is not operating. There are other ways to get to the Gambia, even if you have to get 2 flights in order to support the local economy. You know, Gambia is a beautiful country, and please do support the Gambians, especially if you're a person of African descent. You know, that's one of the biggest ways you can support them.
Yeah. So yeah, someone here has also put again that, like you said, Betty, French pedophiles go to Morocco.
Yes.
I'm quite surprised about that, to be honest. In a way, I don't know. I'm a bit surprised about that, to be honest.
Because it's supposed to be quite liberal. The Morocco, because you remember Morocco's a French colony, former French colony.
Yeah, and they're obviously, gosh, man. I mean, yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. But you see, this pedophile, I'm telling you, because like it's like.
Can I give you the statistic, Naifa? It says the ex-Gambian president stole $1 billion before fleecing the country. Dollars.
$1 billion.
Yeah, which is 760 million before he flew into exile 2 years ago. That's a lot of money for what is the size of the Gambian economy if you took 760 million.
Where did he go again?
Equatorial Guinea, which is a country. I think it's next to Gabon. It is a dictatorship and has been ruled by the same family for more than 30 years.
Matting. We got a lot of works to be done in Africa, man. But you see corruption and everything there, Betty. It's never gonna stop, man.
Yeah, it's not easy, is it? There's so many different issues that it's fallen into. But I'm sure big up to that fruit seller that was trying to and do something and
Mm,
raise awareness. Because he was on the beach telling the kids to disappear, and he did specifically say that the kids don't understand. You tell them to go away, and the next minute they come back because they're told to sell stuff. If they don't sell stuff, they're gonna get
mm,
they're gonna get beaten when they get home. They're gonna get told to go back out for not supporting their family. That's the sad thing. Because I remember, when you go to Africa, you'll see kids hawking on the street selling food because they
mm,
have to. Some of them are homeless, some of these kids as well. Some of them don't have
mm,
parents.
mm, mm. I mean, yeah, that is some of the sad realities of true. Mate, I don't know, baby. I don't know. Fuck's sake. Mm. I mean, like you said, right here in good old Blighty, man, there's an issue. So, but my thing is, I think too many people just keep hush about it.
Yeah, they do.
You
It's a hard
understand?
thing to talk about, Knife. I mean, look at your voice now. Look at how
Mm,
difficult you're struggling to talk
mm,
about it. So it's not
mm.
an easy thing to talk about, let alone the people that are getting abused. Some people just because they don't have no solutions, so people just become depressed and down and just like, let me just turn a blind eye because I ain't got no solutions. And
But
when
Becky,
you do,
also talk about people that might know members of their families have, them ones, like, I don't know. And I don't know but certainly in the West Indies, there's this culture of, you get me? Yeah, I don't like it, man. You know what I mean? I always said if I find out anything like that, I'm telling every fucking body. You understand? No one can't tell me I'm not. It's I don't know, Betty. You understand what I'm saying to you? In terms of
yeah,
there's people who know and not saying nothing. You get me? Or even I don't want to get into that as well. That's what I'm
you,
saying because we're
you
talking
know
about
it.
in Africa, right here in Britain. You could
Mm.
essentially say that there's mothers selling their daughters. But I'm telling you, just it looks slightly different, man. But go on, Betty.
And then also you got like even when people come out, look at that girl that police officer. I can't remember if she was a sergeant. I think she was called Maggie. She was, I don't know if she was a sergeant or something like that to do with this Rotherham, child abuse scandal. And then they moved to when she was getting too close. I think they either sacked her or they moved her from the case. So when you're in a power position and then you try to investigate it, you try
All
to
right,
bring
have a nice one. Take care. All right.
yeah, they move people from cases. Do you know?
Yeah, yeah. Like they don't want them to be sold. Yeah.
Yeah,
But that's the thing, and that's what I'm saying. Today. The thing goes so high up, your eyes
yes,
will start to water if you get me.
yeah,
Because
it,
from a prime minister's up in it, you know the rest. Come on.
yeah. This is it, and it's just like because and then also Naifa, these children go missing in the Gambia? This is what I'm wanting to know now. Because child abuse, sex trafficking goes hand in hand with missing children. Are these children disappearing? Do you see what I mean? Because once these paedophiles have got these children, do they disappear? Because it's
What do you
very,
mean disappear? Like never to be found again? Disappear?
yes, never to be found again.
Oh, don't be, man.
Did you see what I mean? Honestly, I know it's hard to hear, but this is why. Because in Britain they say 100,000 children go missing a year. Yeah.
Mm.
So with these paedophiles and these rings, children go missing. Some children are never found. Some children are sold for all
Yeah.
types of fuckery. Do you know what I mean? So I want to know if they're getting older, these Gambian children, have all these children been returned to their parents? Or are they being trafficked? Because there's a big problem with trafficking of children and trafficking of human beings in Africa anyway. And this,
Oh, God. Fuck's sake, man. Yeah, I know, Betty. I'm hearing. I
yeah,
hear. I know, Betty. I'm just here thinking for fuck's sake. You get me? 2020.
yeah,
You know them ones.
yeah.
Imagine. But like I've always said, you know, but nothing much has changed from the slavery plantation days. You get me?
I know.
Things
I
are
know.
just a bit more sophisticated and
Yeah.
this and that. You see what I'm saying to you? And some people get upset. Now, obviously, people like, and like Sister Kushti was saying, people like ourselves, and that's why sometimes when I hear some people talk, you know that they're just talking through ignorance and a lack of, you know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
sometimes you have to, like Kushti said, in it, like, you're just glad to know you and your opinion. That's the fucking point I'm trying to make. So you get me? It's mad.
It'd be interesting to have a look and see, you know, because I'd have to then look at the news reports, look at see how much trafficking is going on in around that Gambian area, the whole of West Africa, because I'm sure some of these children are going to be disappearing. I'm sure some of these children are not going to be returned to their parents.
I think it's a rabbit hole, Betty. That once you start, you're just gonna be scared to. You get me?
Yeah,
And that's you know what I mean. That's my fear. Not even my fear, because I know it's a reality. Because back in the day, I don't want to say we done some research into them things, but you know you're doing certain research, and this one thing leads to another, and you're in this, and that's why I'm saying sometimes ignorance is bliss. You understand me?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like for example, you see, you know about Pizzagate, right?
I heard something. I heard something. Is that the Hillary Clinton and
Yeah, all of them thing there. Now
yeah,
some people will think it's a you know what I mean, it's a lie and that, man. But I know so them things are true. And
yeah,
I don't understand why. And that's again, I think that's people even where naivety might come in, even here in the West for real. Cause they'll believe that certain things, no, well, like, nah, people wouldn't do that. You know them ones. But that Pizzagate thing was one whereby they had like a menu, yeah?
yeah,
And then you would be to those obviously ordering would be a different description of what you're getting. You know what I mean? So different thing would be for like a young white girl or a young white boy or get me a black boy. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah. And when we so,
Because
yeah, it's
so
good
I'm
man. It's
looking
not
at it says I'm looking at this trafficking in person Gambia. NGOs referring to the potential child sex trafficking of kids from Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Senegal. Because remember, Gambia is next to the former French colony of Senegal. Yeah. So you know, like we said, those French like to go over to Morocco and go and abuse kids there. You can be damn sure that they're doing it in Senegal. So this is what I mean by the disappearing children, because I'm sure those French and British paedophiles are having a field day in both of those countries, because obviously Gambia, and Wolof is spoken in Gambia and Senegal. Both of they're literally the same people, those two countries. So what I'd be interested, because I'm just looking at it now, there seems to be like a report and it's talking about some NGOs, which is not, it says United States Department, a report on trafficking of people in the Gambia 2018. Let me see if I can have a look. Gambian Watch. The government of Gambia does not fully meet the minimum standards for the elimination of trafficking. However, it's making significant efforts to do so. So you say, and it's saying that Gambian children are traffic victims being exploited abroad, and continue to prevent children being forced to beg in Quranic schools. So
in what in say that last bit again, Betty.
Gambian children being forced to beg in Quranic schools, meaning that Muslim, those Muslim schools that they have.
Jeez, man. Because that
Yeah.
was the next thing I was thinking, Betty. Like, what other? Because I know
Mm.
that these countries are quite religious. You know,
Mm-hmm.
what other religious order is doing or saying about such things? You understand what I'm saying to you? But
Yeah.
then at the end of the day, you know that that's what I'm saying, Betty. It's just one big shit fest, man. You know what I mean? When you
Yeah.
really clock it, everywhere you look, them things that are going, man.
Yeah.
And the higher edge. Because do you know about? That's something I didn't wanna. Do you know about this Disney World, babe? And Walt Disney and all them, man. Like,
No. Is that another horror story that's going to put me off watching Snow White? Just what?
exactly, mate. Exactly.
My dad have to
And
write my own cartoons now.
and then that even goes into, you know, a lot of the cartoons. Like there's a lot of sexualization in them, like subliminal messages in them. And that means because that's what I'm saying, baby. It's just too much, man. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. But I tell you, there's a book, right, called Thanks for the Memories by Bryce Taylor. Yeah. If anyone's interested in reading about them type of things, it's a very, very, very interesting and informative book. You know what I mean? And it goes like talks about Bob Hope and hey, I'm telling you, man, it's deep, man. Yeah, and then talk about MK Ultra. You understand? And how she was taken to Disneyland, and that's where they worked on her. You understand? Her parents were complicit, Betty. You know what I mean? It was one of them. It was, I think her dad sold her into the. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. So even as we're talking about this thing in Africa, right here in Europe, the thing I go on high, and children are sold into slavery still today, man.
Yeah.
Sexual slavery, whatever you want to call it, satanic shit. All of them thing there, man. There's some real. I mean, as you say that, though, slightly detour. But have you heard of a film called Society?
No, I've not heard.
Yeah, it's an old film. It's a really old film. But it just shows, you know what I mean? Obviously, it's a sort of parody, but it shows really what's going on up in them echelons there, man. You know what I mean? And they're not nice, baby. They're not nice. And with a little bit of money and a little bit of power, you know.
Yeah,
but yeah, the beautiful thing is huge, man. Because even in America, you remember they used to put all the missing, because you were talking about missing children. You remember they used to put them on the side of the
milk. Yes.
You know what I mean? And I guess now that we know what we know, or now that we're more informed, or whatever you want to call it, we could only imagine where half of those children have ended up. You understand? Yeah. You know, and that's what I'm saying. Ignorance really is bliss, man. You know what I mean? And sometimes it might just be better to get bogged down paying your bills and doing this and that, because if you really get to know what's going on in the world, you might not want to get up in the morning, babe. You know what I mean? You might just want to give up. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm reading? Back to the Scambian thing. Yeah, it's true. That's why I try and do some other positive news in Africa, not just the sad news, because people end up feeling helpless. It says, going back, it says, for generations, sons have been sent to Quranic teachers, these schools, and the children are forced to beg to ensure their progress in religious duties. So, you know, obviously, and they're begging, because this is what's happening in Nigeria. I'm sure you hear the big uproar, where, you know, boys and men were being chained up and enslaved in northern Nigeria in these Quranic schools, and being beaten, and being forced to beg. Now, it talks also in some of the reports, it's talking about enforcement that corrupt government officials in the Gambia, even when the children are being trafficked across borders to different countries, then, you know, giving them shelter, repatriating them, and then they repatriate them only for them children to be let out again. You know, in the hostel, wherever their safe house are being put, and then all suddenly the so-called people that are meant to be looking after them have let them out.
God's sake, man.
It says sexual exploitation, the sex trade of boys and girls in mainly Senegal, Sierra Leone, Libya, Ghana, Nigeria, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Benin are recruited for sexual exploitation to meet the demands of European tourists seeking sex with children. Most of the traffic offenders in Gambia are probably individuals who operate independent of international syndicates. It says the Department of Social Welfare and Tourists are compiling an electronic database and conventional list of trafficking cases, offenders, and victims, and may soon provide a clear picture of how traffickers operate and how they can differ from migrant smugglers whose cases are now filling the country's courts. It's just saying that it says the government of Gambia does not fully comply with the minimum standards for eliminating trafficking. Just to say that it's making significant efforts to do so despite limited resources. So it says the Gambian government lacks the funding and the resources to fight trafficking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's obviously one of the main problems, and that was said in the report as well. But the resources aren't there, innit?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. So I hear when you're saying, obviously, it's the pedos themselves, because obviously they're exploiting the situations, man. But
it caused them to cut babies to catch herpes. Oh, good lord! This is what being on. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I was so shocked when I heard that those children and those grown men being enslaved in northern Nigeria in the so-called religious school. I was just, God forbid. I just got grown men being chained up. I don't know these Quranic schools. I mean, they seem to be all over West Africa, and also I hear that the ones in northern Nigeria, not all the boys and men were from Nigeria. They were coming from places like Mali and all those places. So moving kids between borders.
yeah, fuck's sake, man. But this is the reality, man. This is the reality that people are living on a daily basis still. And that's why, you know what I mean? As bad as, you know what I mean, we may have it here, you still have to give thanks certain times, man. For fuck's sake, man.
Yes,
Like a thought going on right here as well, so you can't even. Boy. Yeah, it's a sickness, man.
Yeah. And obviously they fly out there, and a lot of these British paedophiles fly out there because it's harder for them to do this type of abuse here. It's a lot easier in Africa for them to do it.
Well, anywhere there's poverty, basically, in it, because they're saying, like, obviously we know Thailand is another hotspot. Someone again mentioned Cambodia, and I think Cambodia's been like that for many a year, to be honest. So I don't know, man. That's just. But the problem is that there's people high up. You know what I mean? But all right, let me just play a tune still. Get me bring. It's a tune. It's still related, still, man. Again, just bringing it back to even a more micro reality, just amongst, you know what I mean, the community, as it were. Yeah, I don't know if you've heard this tune still, but let's give it a bang. Let's get some volume. It's called Daddy. This tune's called Daddy.
Stop it, Daddy. Daddy, stop it now. I'm going to tell on you now. Oh, Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. Ooh, daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. Every day I wonder why my daddy had to be the one to take away my innocence. Oh, sometimes I wanna die. It feels like no one cares for me, and it's every day that something must be wrong with me. I'm not as happy as I seem to be. The long showers I take don't wash away the memories. Why do I have to face these tragedies? We go through struggles in life, I'm aware, but to have my daddy's not to be that just that fair. Stopping from destroying my future. Believe me, it's behaving like a creature. Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. Ooh, daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. To all your mothers out there, give a listen. Care, pay attention, even if the man a pastor, you have to make sure you trust him with your daughter. Trust him will even try to take your son as brother.
Listen.
If you don't keep with some dirty water, you can't hide no more, no, you have to meet your karma. If you know say it's a one and turn a blind eye, then your judgment a go pile up out a mile high. Get suicidal if you think it's a go save you, because me sure say you're not gonna get busy the savior. We just can't find a name for your behavior. It's a lucky thing we got a nosy neighbor.
Daddy, don't touch me there.
I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. Ooh, daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. When you feel like giving up, to shake it off and live it off, the most I will deliver you. Can't jump the rope if you don't try, so why that tears them from your eye. Get the wings of confidence to make you fly. Tribulations are just to make you stronger. Love yourself and it will help you forget over. Any pleasure, a little youth will never prosper. I'm passing on the message from the master. Every day I wonder why my daddy had to be the one to take away my innocence. Oh, sometimes I wanna die. It feels like no one cares for me, and it's evident that something must be wrong with me. I'm not as happy as I seem to be. The long showers I take don't wash away the memories. Why do I have to face these tragedies? We go through struggles in life. I'm aware, but to have my daddy touching me, that's just not fair. Stopping from destroying my future. Believe me, it's behaving like a creature. Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. Ooh, daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. Every day I wonder why my daddy had to be the one to take away my innocence. Oh, sometimes I wanna die. It feels like no one cares for me.
Yes, family, little intermission, man, but you know how the thing's set. Yeah, that tune there is by a sister called Queen Ifrika. Yeah, and it's called Daddy. Yeah, and hopefully he was able to pick up her message. And so I'm saying to you, but obviously she was talking about her father, you understand me, that abused her, innit? And she's saying, why you have to be the one to protect me, you understand me, my innocence, and talks about people turning a blind eye and them thing there, you know what I'm saying to you? So that's definitely one of my frustrations within the community, that, you get me, that turning a blind eye thing. I know sir, people know that certain things are going on and they're not chatting it and all of the, you know what I mean? And we need, there's certain little habits that we have in the community that we need to change going forward, man. Like seriously, we really need to change it if we're gonna benefit, and if we're gonna, you know what I mean, start living a, I can't even get my words out this morning, man. like I was saying, family, we need to become we've got to, we have to be the change we want to become in it. You know what I'm saying to you? And there's certain things within our communities or within, you get me, that only we can change. You know what I'm saying to you? And for me, like snitching, yeah, you get me, I'm just putting my head in the block. Me, I'm saying in certain situations, we need to start snitching. And I don't even see it as snitching. And in fact, I need to do some research into where this whole snitching thing comes from. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because I know there was a plantation settings for it. You with me? Whereby obviously the master put you under pressure. You understand me? So over that too. What's that? The important message is Monday, even though Jamaica gave Queen enough issues over that too. Yeah, well, you see, and this is what I'm saying, Scattered. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because, and this is what I'm saying, going forward, maybe the hiding thing, it have to stop, man. You know what I mean? Because for as long as it gets hidden, it will continue to be done. You know what I mean? And it could be argued that hiding is just the same as condemning, or not even condemning, being complicit, for want of a better word. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because for me, if as an adult, you understand me, you know that certain things are going on somewhere, whatever, then you're duty bound to somehow make that shit be known to the relevant persons, as far as I'm concerned. Or you have to deal with it yourself if you're going to deal with it in house or whatever. But the point being, it has to get dealt with. You know what I mean? So even by Scattered making that point, you understand what I'm saying to you? Because it reflects a mindset. Yeah, Scattered said an important message, man. Even though Jamaica gave the Queen enough issues over that tune. You know what I mean? Because obviously we don't want to wash the dirty laundry, isn't it? To all these things. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Which, and I understand that, but is it really doing us any good? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Even if we take it to a more street level now or whatever, like, and I'm gonna put the question out there. You with me? Is a non-snitching policy? You understand me? Is it helpful in the communities right now? Is it helpful? Is it helpful, man? Do you know what I mean? I don't know, man. Because all I know is someone did me on my. Like, I want to know, innit? Like, anyway. Hold on, let me see.
May I highlight an issue? Like we're talking about abuse, these British pedos. Kenya is another place, and it says, when Theresa May went on her Begging Africa tour, she went to Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. What they didn't highlight in the media is the UK are building a cyber centre to stop British paedophiles abusing vulnerable children in Kenya. It says the centre will be the first of its kind, amidst the rising number of abuse cases by Kenyan that Kenyan officials are facing, because in the past 2 years, it says a case of 2 British men have been sentenced to long prison sentences after travelling to the African country to sexually abuse vulnerable children, and as well as some who were destitute street children. It says it's a wider security pact by Theresa May as she heads to Nairobi on her 3-day tour of Africa, which included Nigeria and South Africa. So you see, no wonder, because they love Kenya too, don't they, these British people? Little do you know that that's what they're doing. And I just dropped a few cases, and there's one of an American, Matthew Durham, 21, was a missionary from Oklahoma who was sentenced to 40 years in prison for molesting children in Nairobi while doing missionary work in Kenya and in the orphanage. Isn't that disgusting? You're supposed to be doing the Lord's work, and you've been raping children as young as 5 in a 33-day span. He took her to the bathroom and forced her to have sex with me this happened on more than one occasion, says one of the horrific confessions of Durham also wrote. It says that 5 of the children travelled from Kenya to testify. You know, oh, it's disgusting that. So, big up to the United States. Only 21, this guy. Big up to the United States for giving him 40 years in prison. Because I tell you what, in fucking Britain, they wouldn't have given him 40 years. They probably wouldn't even got fucking 5 years, let alone 40.
Yeah, that's right. And that's another thing to even look at, the length of time that pedos get, man. Like, you get more time for fucking robbery and drug offences and things like that than, you know what I mean? So, and then again, that just really, to me, it shows how high the thing goes, man. You understand what I'm saying to you? But you know, enough of them judges and and boom. You know what I mean? And this is what I'm saying, baby, man. You get me? It's frightening, man. You know, real life. You understand? And yeah, it's just good for us to remember that there's some real sick fucking people out there, like sick, and more, and even just bringing it back to a more micro level again. You know what I mean? Like my girl sitting in the tube. You know what I mean? We have to be very careful when we send our children. You know what I mean? Who's around our children? Make sure that our children are aware. And then even this brings it on to, because you know this thing about them teaching children about
masturbation and all that gay. I don't know. Is it masturbation and the gay thing?
Exactly. Yeah, and obviously people are looking out against it, and I can see why as well. You know what I'm saying to you? But at the same time, because I think one of the reasons that they're saying it is that they want the children to be able to understand what is acceptable and what isn't. You know what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
And from that perspective, I can appreciate how it would be a good idea. You know what I'm saying to you? Because it's not every parent that's even going to be having certain conversations with their child anyway. Yeah. So, you know, it's a shame that it has to go to this level where we now have to start educating the children within the schooling system about these things. However, it could be argued that if it's going to stop, you know what I mean, or at least give children certain understandings or realizations as to what is and isn't acceptable, then you know what I mean.
You know, I read the details when that Safaz invited me. What I read, when you read the report, these lessons are only for academies. Schools that are religious don't have to teach it. They can opt out. Yeah. And the ones that are in primary school, they're going to be given. They're not getting a sex education. They're getting the relationship education. They're not, the people that are being taught in high school, it's not going to be the same thing that they're going to be taught in primary school. But there is an opt-out clause, so it's not going to be rolled out after every single school. It's the academies. The academies are what governments have hold of. Many schools in Britain are owned by the church. They own the school, they own the land and the building. So that is how they're able to get out of it. And also, not all of them follow the national curriculum.
Yeah. But
So
what
for
do
the
you think of the idea, Betty, of teaching? What do you think of the idea of teaching children these things?
I think it's really important. I think it's important that children are taught what an adult or what someone can do, where they can touch them. I definitely think it will help children know that the person shouldn't be doing that.
Right. So you're for the idea in general, would you say?
Yeah, definitely. I got abused myself, so I know fair well. If I would have been taught, I would have had more confidence. I wouldn't have had to wait until I was an adult to get my abuse prosecuted. So hell yeah, don't let them fuck them. Because some children are not taught. I wasn't taught anything at home.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? So yeah, in terms of the gay business, this gay, I personally, I don't think you should be teaching children about homosexuality. If you do it at high school, I don't want to be seeing Steve fell in love with Adam in the primary school books. Nah, I don't like that. But even I went to the bookshop and I saw they were teaching the children, description of childbirth for children.
Wow.
Proper pictures and everything. I said, oh, Lord have mercy. Even I think that's inappropriate. What do you think? Do you think that children should be taught?
No, no, definitely not, man. Because at the end of the day, there's a fine balance, I think, between, educating and informing and,
Yeah.
sort of taking away innocence and childhood. You know what I'm saying to you? Because it's not everything you need to know as a child. You with me?
Yeah.
So I don't agree with that at all. But you know what I mean? But I do, like I said, you have to find a balance, and we have to accept that the world is changing or has changed, or you know what I mean, things are becoming more whatever it is in it. But only if I fuck with you, go on out there. So forewarned is forearmed, you know what I mean? I definitely
Yeah.
agree with that. But
Because
I do
now even the scout leader has been accused of being abusing. Even the football coach, people have been sending the kids to football.
yeah.
The pedos are everywhere. So if you don't tell children what is right or wrong and what that should be happening, someone's gonna fall through the net and get abused.
Well, you're right, because even Kingo said the effect is really bad on the love shown from the abused person for the rest of their life. And you know what I mean? I think that's a good point to highlight, because I don't know if you've there was this ex-footballer, Betty,
Yeah.
I can't remember his name right now. I think he
Yeah.
was well. But he was on the outside he looked like he was living his best life type of thing. But
Yeah.
basically his own life, you know what I'm saying to you? And it turns out that he was abused whilst he was a young, football academy boy, whatever. You understand? And I don't know you've heard about the abuse in the football team that was exposed lately, in Chelsea, this, that, and the other. So, like you said, man, like the tentacles of this thing, it's just mad. It is a lot, and a lot is still not being uncovered yet, babe.
This
You know
is
what I
it.
mean? So I think
Especially with the boys, because there's not many grown men that will admit to being abused.
that's right. That's right.
I mean,
That's
so
right. That's right. They'll just take their life instead. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. That is true, man.
I
It's
mean,
true.
for a long time, I didn't even know that. I never even thought. I thought it was just girls. And the next minute, I just saw a couple of years ago, I saw some grown-ass men, some white men, old white men in their 40s, 50s, crying on TV. I was like, I just never even thought that they would be abusing boys, these pedos. That opened my mind up to that idea.
Well, you've heard that guy, that American actor. What's his name? Is it Corey something? I don't know
Yes.
if you heard some of the comments that he's even made about, you know what I mean? So we know the team is deep, man, and yeah. But yeah, and I suppose all you can really do is just make people aware, innit?
Yeah.
Because I would love to say it's gonna stop, but I can't see it stopping, man. It's a disease, man.
Yes.
It's an actual disease, man.
It's hard, man. It's hard to
And
hear grown men crying that they've been abused. I never even thought. I thought it was only girls that got abused. I swear, when I saw that, they said he was one of the guys was in a children's home in Wales, and the pedos would arrange for the staff to traffic them from Wales into England, into London, in these big country houses with Chippendale furniture, bribe the children with like trips to London. And he was like, yeah, we would go because we like just happy to get out the children's home, but we had to, be part of these sex parties later on in the evening. And I was just like, it's just, God forbid, it's disgusting. But they would always look for the children that don't have family coming to visit them in the children's home.
Yeah, vulnerable. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Well, Grand rise and shine.
Yeah, grand rising to yourself.
Yeah.
How are you?
Grand rising. Yeah, not bad. Sis. Have you done an all nighter?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah, I didn't pull an all-nighter.
sleep deprivation, it can catch up with you, Sid. So yeah, get them Z's, man. Catch a couple of Z's. But yeah, that's good. So grand rising, everybody. Yeah, I was just gonna clarify something. That's okay. If I could just clarify,
No problem.
because I
He
always
said something wrong.
yeah, what it is well, like I always seem when this topic comes up, I always seem to make a comment on it, because I know a woman that actually had an uncle abuse her, and it was, I think, no, it was a stepfather came in and abused her, and like, for the rest of her life she never cuddled her kids. And the person was telling me that she never cuddled her children. So obviously that has a knock-on effect. They don't feel loved, and it's dysfunctional. It's for that, and just the missing affection part makes it dysfunctional already to a certain degree, because when it comes to you forming a relationship with someone, it's a major part of even procreating to that, and obviously it shouldn't be something. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be, as a kid, you're going to be jealous, or as an adult, seeing other people cuddle, and you've never received one, merely for the fact, purely for the fact that the mum is it feels inadequate to be able to touch them to that level, just what I mean, just because of the feeling that feel. So you block off that affection is closely linked to love, showing love. So it's very easy to fall into a thing where you're just like just a machine, you know what I mean? Yeah. So and children need that sort of, a little kiss, cuddle, goodbye, you know what I mean? Something, it makes you softens you up a bit. But yeah.
So what are you clarifying, though, brother? You said
No, just clear because it says that. I mean, when I think you lot was saying about men getting abused. So yeah, I just say it basically wasn't me that got abused. I actually saw someone getting abused in my school, but yeah, I don't know, just in case people may think that this Kingo guy keeps on talking about abuse and child abuse or whatnot, and I always seem to pipe up with something to say. But yeah, I'm not saying I'm clarifying like anybody said anything.
Oh, okay.
No, I was just saying.
That's what I said. What we said wrong? All right, cool, but I mean still.
Yeah. So, but sis, am I right with that? Yeah, Betty and Nine.
Yeah, you are.
Affection shown in it. You feel awkward touching a youngster. You know what I mean? So a youngster.
I wouldn't say not just a youngster, but it depends on whether you've healed or whether. But it can affect your adult relationship where you're not comfortable doing things sexually because it reminds you of being abused. It can really have a devastating effect. It's sad to hear a mother can't hug her own child because she's thinking of what happened when she was a child. And the age it happens, also, if your child is at the same age that you were when you were abused, that can also cause issues because the recall memories come in. You constantly have to say to yourself, and also when you look, like, for example, when I look at my niece now and I look at her when I was 9 being abused and she's 9, and I'm thinking, how could someone do that to a 9-year-old? So it is and that's just my niece. I'm thinking of, so God forbid, when my children get to that age, how it must be I can understand why that mother struggled to hug her own child. I would say if you're at that age and you can't hug your own child of your friend, she's not healed.
It's
from
like
being
that. I used to see him hugging his mum. She wouldn't put her arms around him even.
Yeah, she's not
Sometimes.
healed. She's not dealt with it. And I don't know if she had taken her abuser to court or whether she got any justice. But
Oh
I
yeah,
would,
that's right, Betty. You're right. Sorry, I was going to add this as well. What you lot brought up as a main thing was the shut eye thing, where you bury your head in the sand, and that must be horrible as well, knowing that not only the person that's come into the family is doing a weirdness, but the same person that's meant to be protecting you, just because it could be their other half, do you know what I mean, or their brother that they dearly love, which would be the uncle, is it means kind of the relationship means more, yeah, and their freedom means more than them basically protecting the little one. To me, that's just madness. That is madness, and I didn't think it's happened so much in the black community. I know it happens a lot in the white community, or without me sounding kind of too racist or whatever. Like disclaimer, I'm not trying to be racist saying this, but I know it happens in the white community a lot, and I didn't think it happened so much in the black community. Yeah, but I did hear Nine for you did mention that song. You showed that song, and is that like that's obviously a Caribbean song. So it happened. I know it happens everywhere, but I know it's probably less likely to happen in the black community because of the general culture and the crime. The punishment for it will be way more dearer. Then, like you said, these people, they get 9 years. 9 years is an average time for someone to get. I haven't really seen no one get more than that, yeah? So you're thinking 9 years. Do you know good behaviors, don't forget good behaviors, half that time, yeah? So that's 4 years, 4.5 years. You run up in a shop with a piece of wood and stick in a bag and you point it at someone's head and say, give me your money. That's aggravated burglary with a what's dangerous weapon if the person thinks that it was a gun, and you can get like all life sentences for that, right? So I think it's so unequal with the way they're dealing the punishment out. It's definitely not right. It's not fair. It's not adequate, you know, the time they're giving these fucking weirdos, because the damage it has on families, and then you've got a dysfunctional family. It will affect the economy as well when you think about it, because these people are gonna have behavioral problems, most likely gonna fail in school.
The thing is, though,
Well,
and yeah. But what I was gonna say as well, you know, Kingo. I mean, you okay? You remember the term motherfucker, yeah?
yeah, heard about that, yeah.
Yeah, and you know from whence it come, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's when they were moving up on the slaves and they were trying to get them to have sex with their own, you know, as punishment, innit?
Not trying. You get me?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
So the point, I don't want to say that it's encoded, but obviously, you know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, these things are learnt behavior, and then I do believe that learnt behavior can be downloaded. You know what I'm saying to you? Oh my god! And imagine that the sickness of that. Like, why would you want to watch? Like, how sick must you be in your mind to want to watch a son fucking his mom? Or like, what type of sick shit
Yeah.
is that, man?
I think that's the level of hate. That's the level of hate that someone can harness. You know, you've got this Spanish Inquisition. They said, you know, burn your eyelids and put hot spikes in your thing. I think that's to the sort of same sort of dehumanizing, isn't it? So that they probably got real satisfaction, especially if they feel like you're an alpha and they're you know what I mean, the beta, and they can get one up on you like that. yeah, it's they're probably having a good old laugh about it, drinking some alcohol like they're in the Colosseum, just watching bare madness. So
And that's what
so when you talk about empathy,
my frustration,
zero.
or not even frustration, but a point that I'm definitely going to keep highlighting is that, you know what I mean? Online there's so much talk about what's happened in the past. That's what I'm saying to you, arguing this thing and that thing as to what's happening. You get me? Whereas in this present time, there's bare fuckings going on, and no one ain't really talking about it or whatever. You with me? And I think that's even a symptom of the whole thing in the first place. You understand what I'm saying to you? People are so busy with other bits of bullshit that the real things that are happening, really, you know what I mean? We'll probably come and talk about it for a bit, and then we're back to our, you know what I mean? Daily lives, man. Crazy, man. Like someone said, where's the protests? And that's myself included. You understand what I'm saying to you? But this world here, man, it's a mazza in certain places, and that's why really, you know what I mean? As much as you get me,
Well,
some things in Britain are not great. Yeah, telling you, man, we're living all right, man, compared to many places in the world, and this is just a fact, man. You know what I mean? Oh, but yeah, man. This beautiful thing. But yeah, it is hushed up.
so what's it, 9? Do you think this little push? Sorry, 9. Do you think this push from the media, mainstream media, showing them out and out all these pedophiles? I think this is like where the dam's broken. There are people that would argue and say, "Oh, what they do is they hang a couple people just to show you, just to make you think that they're doing something about it." But really, there's a whole bloody,
exactly.
swarm of them.
I'm saying that the ones that they've thrown out, you get me, like Jimmy White Max. I'm saying that they're just the small fry in the team. You with me? And they're just throwing them out to, I don't know, take you off the scent, or you know what I mean? But meantime, there's people far, far higher up that are on stuff. Far, far higher up. You know what I mean? So yeah, I would definitely agree with that, man. 100%. And if you look, all these people, well, Jimmy, yeah, but they all knew about it when he was alive, as they all spoke it when he died. You know what I mean? People come out saying, "Oh, we knew, we thought, we knew," and all this. So
Yeah.
And certain royalty and all of these things. So already, you know what I mean?
Oh, nah. Oh.
It's a. Then you go into the Hollywood thing. You know what I mean? You know what names
Yeah.
you already.
Yeah. What's it, Hollywood thing?
Got and then the iceberg. You understand? We've already kind of quickly touched on Pizzagate. I know people might not believe it, but I certainly believe it. You know what I mean? So.
Oh yeah.
The thing is,
and the thing is, go on.
Yeah,
it's really bad, right? It's because it's so like you've got these are world leaders, right? It's like, I do believe, honestly, this is what I genuinely believe. They are so scared of our culture, and I reckon for the whole time we've been alive, me 34 years, you guys a bit younger, 22, 23, right? So, sorry, 30. I'm not being that creepy. All right, 30. But look, I'm saying, out of all these years, they've been behind closed doors, been doing this shit, bro. So, so now that this slow desensitization and laws changing is what generally what they were doing, and they probably just had enough of hiding it, right?
It's not even that they had enough of hiding it. It's like, this is the information age, this, that, and the other. Because to be fair, like, you know what I mean? Like my mum's a big woman, and even she told me certain little stories from back in the day. You understand what I'm saying to you? So I don't necessarily. I think it's more that it's the information age, and as such, is becoming more readily available. People can, you know, talk about things and then anonymously, this, that, and the other. You get me? But let's not be under any illusion that it's some new thing. That it definitely isn't. And I don't know. People have been dropping things in the chats. You know what I mean? Little bits of. Hold on a second. People obviously I've missed it, but look, people have been dropping things in the chats that shows, you know what I mean, that these things have been going on for a long time, man. You know what I mean? And from and different people. So, you know, LeBron, for example, he said Rabbi suck baby penis, called it, man. Centuries old type of vibrations. You understand what I'm saying to you? What's this? Jewish traditions of the Mazi fire has caused babies to have herpes. I mean, what the fuck? Do you understand? These are babies, man. Yeah? And then even you chimed in that you heard that the Queen's got cars out. And she said, what am I saying to you, sis? Like, I don't know. I don't know if he was being slightly facetious there, but look there. Look, the Archbishop accused for raping 200 boys inside his cleric. 200 boys. And that's the church. You understand? So we know how deep this goes, man. We know how deep this thing goes. Yeah. And then, like I said, then we go into the whole Hollywood thing and even the music industry, and it just becomes highly depressing, man. You understand? And these are people that we sang songs to, probably danced to ourselves. You know what I mean? I don't know if you heard about the story of Criss Cross. Remember them boys, Criss Cross?
What make you jump? Make you wanna jump.
That's right. Yeah,
Oh,
one of them was reported that he was abused. You know what I mean? Turn him mad. I think he's dead now. Yo, yeah. It's a lot, man.
What such scattered mind says is important message, man. So Jamaica, I heard it was happening in Jamaica. There was it the Pope that went to Jamaica and he was trying all that madness?
The Pope? I
don't know who it was. I heard that there was an outed paedophile ring in Jamaica or somewhere in the Caribbean. I'm sure I can recollect it being spoken about within the last 5 to 10 years. It could have been from the Know the Ledge or a couple of American cats or some people in Speaker's Corner, or even on the Hangouts. But I'm sure I heard something about that.
Yeah,
in my mind, sorry, I was going to finish and saying, in my mind, I didn't think that, because Jamaica's that's the anti-pedo thing. If I think of anywhere where that couldn't happen, was Jamaica. So.
Just paedophile rings in all over the place, isn't there?
They really are.
Yeah, there's always sickos in every country. I don't think it's to do with nationality. It's just to do with the human condition. There's some very damaged people in the world that are, being a paedophile. It's a mental illness. It's definitely not a normal behaviour. And
also, you know what I mean? If the British were doing it to us in Jamaica or, you know what I mean, the Americans or whatever, then arguably it happened in other Commonwealth nations and these type of things as well. You understand what I'm saying to you? Just like they exported cricket, you get me?
Yeah.
But I'm being real though, you understand? Because there's nothing to say that they weren't doing these things in other countries that they had hold of. You understand? And if they were able to do it to us, then you know they were doing it to others. That's a damn fact. Because we would be fighting, you know what I mean? So, yeah, man. That's why I'm saying, God, I could just come and clean up the place right now, boy. Yeah, me. Just come and clean up the place. I'll take the risk.
Oh,
shit. We know it's not going to happen. You know what I mean? There's enough down there for them to see to be like, nah. We'll come do something.
Poverty makes it thrive, though. Because a country like Jamaica, poverty makes it thrive, this type of...
This is the problem, though, yeah. This is it.
No doubt. at dysfunctional families as well. All them social people coming in like they're giving social care.
Yeah.
And education as well.
Yeah, the lack of
education as well. Because going back to the song, you know what I mean? My girl said she don't know, she don't, you know what I mean? You don't know, innit? That's why you can have people being abused for years and years and years and years, and it's only until that child goes into their older age and people start talking about different things, and then they realize,
yeah,
you get me? No one else ain't talking, you get me?
yeah.
Ah,
And the
crazy,
children
man. It's
are
crazy.
blamed as well. You know, very often, you know, a child will blame themselves, say it was my fault, and not blame the perpetrator, the adult, or the abuser.
Yeah, do you know why that as a result as well? Is because when the person is abused, they go and tell someone, and the person that they tell don't believe them, and then
Yeah.
they start thinking that you're lying. So that's where it comes into it, where they start blaming themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that? Or they start the person that you tell starts attacking you, starts attacking the child. They don't go and attack that's why I always emphasize that people must put their blame on the abuser, not the children and the parents and all the thing. It's the abuser that's got to take the majority of the blame, because the average citizen doesn't go around abusing children. Do you know what I mean? And I think this is and because so often the child's getting the blame, the parents are getting the blame, never the abuser. This is how these sentences are so light, and how many abusers get away with it, because people don't want to condemn these pedos. People claim that they do, but do you know what I mean? You know how many people? Not all people who are convicted of paedophilia get sent to jail, especially in Britain. Do you know what I mean? It does, and I think this is what people don't seem to understand. Do you know what I mean? They don't all get sent to jail. Some of them will never serve a single day in jail, even if convicted. This is why I have to call the British justice system the injustice system. That's what it should be really called. It shouldn't be called the British justice system, the injustice system, because they let a lot of people get away with this bullshit.
Yep. Or get like I was saying before, you'll get a heavier sentence for thieving money than for troubling an 18-month-old child. It's disgusting, man. And that's what I'm saying. It's not even much of a deterrent, Betty. It could be argued.
It's not.
I mean, look at I mean, we're going slightly off a bit, but that guy, Betty, that raped all them men, fucking hell.
Which guy?
I think was he Indonesian or something?
Oh, that one in Manchester. That guy, that is it master student that came to just
and filmed it, you know. My God, man.
And he was at rampage. They look at it, even caught him. He was on a rampage, wasn't he? For like years and years, he was up to that type of fuckery.
And I don't, like I said, and I don't think the media helps. You know what I mean? Certain sensationalisms and things like that. I don't know if I don't know if you remember a woman called shit. I always reference Mary Whitehouse, Betty. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, wasn't she the watershed lady? Not after 9 o'clock or something.
Yeah, Betty. You know what I mean? And you know, she used to complain about certain programs and this and that, and she had very. But I don't know, Betty, man. Maybe some of what she said's coming to. Do you understand? Because
what did she say? What did she say? Can you let us know? I don't remember. I remember the watershed. That's all I remember. You know, I remember her name attached to the watershed.
Okay. Well, I also remember her talking about, you know what I mean, like sexual profanity on TV and you know them type of things. Because she was very much, you know, British, you know, upper lip type of thing. But let me just Google it as well, though, because I'm just Mary Whitehouse.
I think it's free for all now. I think Channel 5 really changed the way sex was shown on TV as well, because it's Channel 5 might as well be soft porn. Let's be honest with the stuff that they show.
But Betty, that's what I'm saying. Even when you say that, yeah, I don't know. Do you remember the red triangle? on Channel 4, Betty?
No.
So back in the day, yeah, on Channel 4, yeah, they have these films that they had red triangles, which denoted that there's going to be sexual nature. You know what I mean? It's going to be sexually explicit. You understand?
Okay.
So obviously, them days, you know, people would stay up, find ways. You understand? To watch this thing in it, because obviously, you know what I mean. Talk about young children, young people. Yeah? But really, I think, if from memory, all it showed was maybe a bit of tit. You know what I mean?
Oh.
And I'm saying, like certain music videos today are so explicit that do you even need porn? You get me? Music
Yeah.
videos are explicit now than the films that were showing the red triangle. Do you know what I mean? That's the point I'm trying to make. So going back to maybe White House now, and now if you think about what is available,
What about Skepta's porn video? I googled that. I didn't even know Skepta did a full porn video.
What was it? A video or a song?
A video. Go to Pornhub. Skepta's one of his songs was literally two people having sex. You see it, penetrating everything.
Room or something.
Say that again.
Was it a song about sexing in each room or something?
Yeah. And I was like,
it's an old song, isn't it? It's an old song, yeah?
Yeah, it is an old song. And I was like, shocked. I was like, fucking hell.
Yeah.
People don't care now anymore. I thought, no wonder you're so fucking famous. Do you know what I mean? I'm sorry, man. That's a next level of. I think that's a next level of madness. I'm not being funny. There's one thing to show like suggestiveness, but to have actual sex as your video, music video, then all gloves are off now. The Mary Whitehouse has just gone out the window. Why didn't she really?
Right, hold on. I'm just gonna read this little piece that's I'm just catching it from Wikipedia still, yeah. But just in terms of Mary Whitehouse, for those that may not have heard of her, yeah. So Constance Mary Whitehouse, CBE, was a British educator and conservative activist. She campaigned against social liberalism and the mainstream British media, both of which she accused of encouraging a more permissive society. She was the founder and first president of the National Viewers and Listeners Association, through which she led a long-standing campaign against the BBC. A hardline social conservative, she was disparagingly termed a reactionary by her socially liberal opponents. Her motivation derived from her traditional Christian beliefs, her aversion to the rapid social and political changes in British history of the 1960s, and her work as a teacher of sex education. You know what I'm saying to you? So as it said there, she was definitely banning out what she saw as Britain becoming more and more you get me? Well, they use the word permissive, you with me? But sexualized and things like that. And I'm just saying that I think many of those things have really come to pass, man. For real, man. Because the TV is too much. Even yesterday, yeah. I mean, I don't even watch TV too tough, but I watched the EastEnders yesterday.
Yeah.
You understand, yeah? And oh my gosh. So there's these two characters. You know Phil's son. I can't remember his name, man.
Is Phil the gangster? Peggy's son.
Yeah, so Phil is Peggy's son, and Phil has got a son who's gay, yeah? But he's a bad boy gay, man, yeah? Bad boy gay.
Oh, was he gay? Oh,
yeah,
shit.
Yeah. I got Ben, that's his name, Ben.
Yeah, Ben.
Ben.
Oh, shit. Ben's gay, eh? In EastEnders.
Bad boy gay, you know, like I said, not just any gay. But he's falling in love with this dude, yeah? Who used to be married, but anyway, it's a different story. But basically, Betty, at the end of it, yeah, it's like Ben's gonna be leaving to go, yeah, because he's done some badness, and he's like, oh, I've got to go. You know what I mean? You're better off without me, that kind of shit. And then I'm telling you, so they're leaving now. It's him, Phil, his sister. I bet they're leaving in it because they think they killed someone. They got the point being, Betty, that he's going now in the cab and he sees his boyfriend. You know what I mean? And he's like, stop the cab. Stop the cab. You get me? And then he walks up, he runs up to his boyfriend. I'm thinking this is EastEnders, you know, 7:30 or whatever. You know. He runs up to his boyfriend in the big square. You get me? Tells him, oh, you love my life or whatever. Betty, the cameraman, they started to do some spinning thing, Betty. I didn't know what the fuck was. You know what I mean, Betty? They got the boys spinning like it's a mad. And after they finished spinning, they did some big kissing. I was like, what the?
Whoa! What time was it?
This was what's EastEnders comes on at what yesterday? 8 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock. You get me?
This is what I mean. So do you see two men kissing?
Oh. But Betty, it was the bit leading up to it that got me, man. Because I want to know what the cameraman's thinking. What's the producer, whoever directs it, what's the spinning thing? Like, what's that about?
I'll have to watch it. Was it yesterday?
Yeah, it was matters, man. That's why I can't watch them shows, man. It's just
it just makes you worried for your children. I don't think children need to see all that.
Nah, my son watches Top Gear, man. Fuck that. He don't even know about them shows right now. I'm not gonna lie. And I'm very happy. Fuck's sake, Carl. If that's your one show, to pick them. But the spinning before, Betty, I'll tell you, it got me, man. You know, like if you and your man are spinning, I don't even know. Like, it's like, you know, if your man lifts you up and spins you get up. And the cameraman was trying to, I don't know what the cameraman was
to make it all romantic and all type of.
Man. But like some fun
Brokeback Mountain type of thing.
Yeah. But that's exactly what I was thinking, though. You get me? You know, I've not even seen the film, but that's what I was thinking. Some EastEnders Brokeback fucking mountain thing, fam. Man. So them people there would make Mary spin in her grave, man.
Yeah, I'm sure she would. It's just, I don't know. It's all social engineering and social conditioning and all
well, HeLpS is the worst for that, man. Like, that used to be my show, innit? But I can't watch it, though. Like, I stopped watching that.
Emmerdale?
No, HeLpS.
Oh, HeLpS. Oh, yeah.
To upset me, because that was my show, but HeLpS is starting to upset me, man. I mean, Emmerdale, but HeLpS, they're mad out there. They're on steroids in HeLpS.
Yeah. It's just full of psychopaths, and I don't know what's going on in Cheshire.
That they've not done in HeLpS. I don't think there is a story that they have not done in HeLpS. And they're 6:30 is what time they come on.
Yeah, that's true.
They've had murder, paedophilia, rape, incest, everything. Yeah, and that's at 6:30.
But you know, and that show's meant to be for teenagers, but I don't really think it's more teenager sort of thing. It's more adult entertainment. It's definitely shouldn't be on as early as it is.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think their watershed should change now. Yeah. And they have a lot of kissing as well, man. Oh, seriously, it's too much, man.
It's interesting.
So this gay agenda. I mean, there's so many agendas being pushed, to be honest, but I've known about it for a long time, but I'm actually surprised at the rapid rate of their succession.
Yeah, because you've seen the transition. You're old enough to see the transition.
Mad. I mean, when you're allowing children as young as 5 to be questioning their sexuality and all this bollocks, or questioning if they're a man or a woman, at 5, man. You know what I mean? You just finished. You've got children at 5. Oh, come on, man. Come on. Loud them, man. Loud them.
I know it's social engineering. It's the Orwellian world, you know.
Yeah.
You know, Brave New World. All this nonsense. I feel like that's why one of the things I'm doing in my degree is illustration, and that's one of the things Say that again.
What's your degree in, Bab?
It's visual communications, graphics, photography, and illustration.
Well, Betty, you're a real Niger girl, boy. Fuck, you know. Since you come online, you've been studying, man. Jeez.
That's that's the stereotype of the Nigerian, isn't it?
I
They're
know,
always
I know.
studying.
You're living up to it. Good on you, man. Listen, yeah. And I think as a mature student, you'll probably apply yourself better. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Anyway, when you study, to be fair. So I think that. So how long is that a new course?
No, I started that in 2015. I got like 12 years to complete my degree because it's part-time and distance learning.
What are
So
you doing with the OU?
no, I'm doing it with the Open Arts College because they,
Okay.
yeah, but it's verified by the University of Hertfordshire.
Hertfordshire, yeah.
Hertfordshire, is that what it's called? Hertfordshire, yeah, that
Yeah.
one. So, but yeah,
Okay.
my college does art degrees. The Open University doesn't do art degrees. They do academia.
And how do you find studying long distance? Are you well disciplined in that?
In the beginning, I wasn't. At the beginning, I wasn't when I started, but now I've got a lot more discipline now.
Mm. And how much help do you get? I mean, obviously, do you have to go like to tutors certain times of the year or anything? Or
What
is it all
I do my tutorials via Skype. So I'll talk to my
right,
students,
right, right,
video calls, and
right, right.
yeah,
So there is a personalization in it then.
yeah, there is, and then they have
Mm.
study visits as well that you can go on. They also have online tutorials like video calls and presentations with the other students. I have to
Mm.
I have to keep a blog for each, so I have a blog for the graphics that I do. I have a blog for the photography, and then I have to have a blog for the illustration when I taught that this year. So it's all documented on my blogs.
So I don't know if you are able to compare long distance to actually class-based learning and
Yeah.
like a comparison, or you know what I mean, the
Yeah,
pros and
because I
cons.
go college as well, that with the hairdressing and the makeup.
Right, right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
I,
So yeah,
it's
like
lonely, distance learning. Sometimes you can lose the motivation because you don't get to meet the students and the tutor in person. Obviously, you don't have access to the libraries and the computers.
right, right, right. Because
It's
I've been thinking about doing a course, and you know,
mm,
been doing long distance in classroom because there's quite a bit of a difference in price.
mm,
So yeah, and I don't know. I just don't know if I've got the discipline. It's the discipline one. So I
mm,
was thinking I might try a small course on like an online one first.
mm.
See how I do, discipline wise, and then if I think I can do it, then yeah.
Naively, you got 2 degrees. You're not gonna have a problem with discipline, hon. I'm sorry, you ain't gonna have no problem with discipline.
Yeah, but babe, that was when I was younger. I had, you know what I mean. That was the only thing I had to concentrate on. You understand? Now you got many more things in life that you understand.
I know what you're saying, but I think because you've already shown that you can complete. I honestly don't think you'll have a problem with it. There's different things for if you pick an academic subject, you'll have a card, an open library card that will give you access to all the university libraries in the UK. That's what I got with the Open University. Yeah. Unless you're doing an art course. But depending on where you're doing it, most distance learning, you will get that library card, so you'll be able to access the university libraries. And also, when I was at the Open University, when I did a course, they used to do tutorial, like little lectures, maybe like 5 times a year at like the universities. I went to a lecture at Manchester University. So also, they'll tell you to follow other people's blogs and talk with other students. So you'll get the motivation via looking at, connecting with other students and chatting with other students, whether it's via email or via the Skyping and stuff like that.
Right, right, right. Yeah, well, like I said, I'm definitely gonna give it a try on something small.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And then, because I've got something in mind that I want to do, and it's like nothing to do with my former discipline. You know what I mean? So it's completely new, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Because a change is as good as a rest, etc.,
Yes.
etc. So, Yeah, man, but I'm definitely gonna give it a little bang, man. I
Yeah.
think I've just got I've got to just make the hours. That's what it is, man.
May I be nosy and ask what subjects you'd like to do? Are you good? Since you moved
Well,
from a different subject.
this is only me and you, but I'm looking at health and safety, Betty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. A complete,
Yes.
360. Definitely certain things will be transferable, don't get me wrong, but
Yes.
but I'm looking at it still. Because it's the when I say it's the way forward, but everything's under,
Mm.
and also more importantly, it's something I know I can take home, Africa, whatever. And as
Mhm.
Africa's building, you know what I mean? These things are more important.
Yeah.
I know I haven't summarized it very well, Betty, but I'm sure you can read in between what I'm saying. But do you know what I mean? I think it's a good skill to have to take home.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for like buildings, if you want to build projects, manage projects and stuff like that.
absolutely,
Because
absolutely.
buildings collapsing all over Africa, aren't they? Go to church and then my cousin went to church in Nigeria and the building collapsed.
Mad.
Yeah, luckily she was all right. But there were people that were killed in that, these mega churches. She went to one of those mega
Mad.
churches. So safety.
But that's the thing, though. As certain places become more developed and more, I don't want to use the word westernized, but I just can't think of a better word. Then their standards have to come up. Do you understand? So, and it is happening. To be fair, Betty, you know what I mean. I think we should also highlight that although there may be substandard buildings in some places, that you know what I mean, in many of the cities, big things are gone, man. Because like, I don't know if you know, but in Accra and that, Betty, they got golf courses, polo courses. Do you understand? Mad.
Oh, they got polo. Whoa, for
Trust
the
me,
rich folk.
Betty. Trust me, Betty, man. Like, people need to, like, some people will go to certain parts of Africa, they're going to be surprised, man. Yeah. Because we ain't living no life over here compared to some people in.
I
Well,
know.
I can talk about Ghana. You understand what I'm saying to you? Definitely. Not living no type of life, Betty. Nothing. We ain't doing nothing over here. They
No,
got
well,
houses over there. They got swimming pools. They got everything they need. They are right. Yeah. Obviously, there's still poverty, Betty. Don't get me wrong. So I'm not counselling out that. You understand?
yeah, but I know. I mean, I know. I understand what you're saying because they always give one image of Africa, and they don't show you that there's a middle class in Africa as well as an elite.
Trust me, Betty, man. Like the houses that Betty, they got. You know when your house has got, that Romeo and Juliet. What do they call that thing? Like a balcony. You got fucking houses where they got balconies, Betty.
Yes.
Oh, they don't call it balconies, but I can't think of the word. But they got balconies, man.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
understand? Their TV's big like your house front, Betty.
Yeah.
And this is in Lowly Accra.
Yes. Yeah. See, I remember when I went to Lagos, I saw the gated communities and those big, like, sort of Miami houses, like you said, with the balcony type of thing, and then they got the servants and all that, and the gate man that's gating the whole complex, and then
This
they got
is it,
another
man.
gate. They live well in Lagos.
Well, this is it, Betty. And the thing is, and this is where we gotta be so careful again, even with this Gambia thing. Yeah, we have to be careful because the thing is, invariably I think the negative publicity about Africa,
Yeah.
affects us diasporans the most.
Yes. It
You
does.
understand what I'm saying? Because I'm saying everyone else is going back, Betty. So whether they're seeing flies pitching on people or not, they're going back and they're buying up Africa. And it's probably us that are watching them thinking like, nah, I'm not, you get me? Nah, I'm not going back Africa. Nah, you know them ones.
Yeah.
In pure ignorance. Because we know that they predicted that in the next, now it'll probably be like 10, 15 years that Africa's going to be the popping nation. Yeah. They know this, man.
They do.
Yeah. And everything is cyclical as well, Betty. So everyone has their time in it. Yeah. they know Africa's on the up, but they're keeping it a secret because they want to enjoy it all on their own. So
Yeah,
I'm trying to say, us now, we gotta make sure that we at least, especially you, those of you that are actually directly of African descent, you need to make sure that you try to get a little. Have you got a piece of land in Africa?
no, my mum's got a piece of land. My mum, you know, has got a piece of land. But I have family where if I needed a plot of land, I can get land. But I want to get qualifications because you can't go to Nigeria without real qualifications. I have vocational qualifications, but not the academic ones that I want to do. I'd like to go and teach in Nigeria, and I have to get my degree before I can go. Because you know, the things that I want to do in Africa, you need to have a certain level of qualifications like yourself, and then people can listen to you and affect political change. Ain't no one trying to listen to anyone with just vocational qualifications.
So then, wouldn't it be more sensible to do an actual teaching one, Betty?
No, I don't need to do teaching because once I get my degree, then I can go and get a what do they call it? The post. What do they call it?
Postgrad, education, PGCE.
Yeah, that. But once I have to get my bachelor's first, and then once I get that bachelor's,
I've got you. Yeah.
But I want to switch disciplines, like you do. I want to do a master's in sociology and criminology as well.
Flipping hell, Betty.
So I'm going to be here a long time still.
Flipping hell, Betty. Oh, flipping hell, girl.
I really like sociology and criminology. I really.
Do you enjoy studying? So you obviously enjoy studying.
Yeah, I do. I enjoy. Yeah, because like all these. That's why I like going on hangouts and debating. But a lot of these people, they don't take me seriously and they don't like me. So I'm like, I want to get my ideas out there. So I have to take the academic route because I'm serious about what my opinions. White man don't listen to you unless you have qualifications and proper qualifications. Especially when you're a woman, yourself, Naive, especially if you're a woman and you're black. We've got two things against us. We're women and we're black. You know what I mean? So
but I love it, Betty. I love being a black woman. It's the most beautiful thing on earth, man.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna say I love being a black woman because I am one. But the will don't make me love being a black woman. I can love being a black woman, but the way us black women are treated, do you know what I mean? No one gives a shit about us. Do you know what I mean? So they don't really take us seriously. I mean, look at all the black women that die in childbirth. 1 in 5 black women are more likely to die in childbirth and have stillborn babies in the UK. They even had to make a petition. I don't hear the mainstream society giving a fuck about black women more likely to die.
And their babies.
Oh, there's so many different factors now. This is another thing. This is why I want to do a master's in sociology. They say things like, hypertension.
What's that? Stress.
Yeah, preeclampsia, all these different things that we suffer from. And then also institutionalization.
What's the statistics for white women then, or for other women? Are you saying that we're more likely?
Yeah. So the statistic is black women in the UK are 5 times more likely to die in childbirth, have stillborn babies, have pregnancy and after postnatal complications. Asian women, it's 1 in 3, and mixed race women, it's 1 in 3. There's also a problem in institutionalized racism.
Yeah, but 1 in 5 ain't 1 in 5 better than 1 in 3.
No, because when they say 1 in 5 is you're 5 times more likely to have that.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah, sorry. Yes. Oh, okay, yeah.
And the midwives, like a lot of black midwives and nurses, are getting a lot of discrimination in the NHS service. And did you hear about that blogger, that white middle class blogger that does midwife, that was trolling that black blogger who was a mummy? she was a former escort, and this midwife, who was a blogger, white woman, very popular, was trolling her and being abusive to her, and then she started trolling her own husband. She was called what was it? Is it Clemmy Hooper? And she's a midwife. I think it's in King's College Hospital. Have you got some college, some hospital called?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so she'd been writing abusive messages to black women who are bloggers, and she's a midwife. So when you've got midwives like, and then she said that this Braithwaite, I think she's called Chantel Braithwaite, the black blogger, mummy blogger. She said she was using the race card. She was aggressive, and that's basically what you've got. You've got a racist midwives that, like, what happened was she nearly died. She had a baby, then she started to feel sick, and she now nearly died of blood poisoning. You know, when she had, I think she had a C-section, and then she was complaining of feeling sick. And this is what they're saying: when black women complain of pain, they're not given as much medication. You know,
Wow.
when if you go on BBC Women's Hour, that's where the link to the whole interview is. And she nearly died. Basically, she got rushed into hospital because she was what did they call that? Septic. She was at death's door basically because her wound was getting infected, and they just discharged
Mm.
her and ignored her. And it's really sad because she starts crying. This Braithwaite, this blogger called, I think her name's Chantel Braithwaite. She started crying and just saying how black women are treated in the NHS and mixed race women. And I know my mum has a lot of nurses, a lot of Nigerian women that are nurses and midwives, and always complaining. Work in Halifax, the racism, always going down to London with the union that they're facing.
Really?
Yeah,
Interesting.
Auntie is always up and down with the union, you know, because the way she gets treated as a midwife. Oh, do you know what I mean? And then also there was another story, like I think it was only about last year, Tashika, one of the girls that's watching, 20, she was 35, a black woman from Manchester, a nurse, a senior nurse. She committed suicide because of the pressure of being a senior nurse in North General. I think no, it's either North General. Yeah, she committed suicide, and she broke up with a boyfriend. Yes, she got. I know the worst thing is when you look at the case, it says that they were very happy with her work. She got promoted. The pressure got too much for her, and she committed suicide. Only 35. And obviously her employers went, "Oh, we didn't know. She was a good worker. We were shocked to see, to think that she would do that." And this is what I mean. This is why I can't say naive. Or obviously I'm happy to be an African and black woman. But I'm not, but society doesn't validate me. I'm not going to say that my life I feel valued. I don't really feel that valued when I hear black women struggling, more likely to die, black women committing suicide. Who really, how you get attacked online, Naifa, and by the so-called black men, by black men that that you give birth to, and look at how they treat you and me. That's why black women don't feel valued, because people don't give a fuck about black women's pain. Oh, Naifa, where you've gone? Where have you gone? I'm doing Naifa's show. I think she's kicked herself out of her own show. Naifa, come back. She's kicked herself out of her own show. But yeah, people, I'll hold Naifa's show until she come back still. But yeah, that's what's happened. In fact, let me try and find you. I'll try and find you the article for the black woman that committed suicide as a nurse. Yeah. I don't know. I can't say as a black woman that I really feel valued in this racist society and worldwide. Us black people are at the bottom. But when a black woman's struggling, yeah, even when black women are dying, and the same thing in the United States of America, I think it's 1 in 3 black women are more likely to die in childbirth. And in Africa, Nigeria is, I think, you're most more likely to die after Pakistan worldwide. You're more likely to die in childbirth. So I don't know. I don't want to like romanticize it. Oh, you're back, hon. Naifa.
Yeah, sorry, Betty. My internet, I don't know what happened there. StreamYard just fuck off for a minute. But yeah, it allowed me back. Thank you for holding it down. Nah, well, I love being a black. I mean, even with all the struggles and the racism and all of these things, I wouldn't have it any other way, man. Any other way. Because the thing is, Betty, like, you have to think. Nah, forget that anyway. But yeah, we're always gonna get a fight, Betty. You understand? It's just like that. And but you just have to
Oh yeah,
embrace
I found the link.
it.
Let me, because I did a video on it. Let me show you the link for. I'll put the link in the private chat, and anyone who wants to read the story as well of the nurse that committed suicide. It's just sad, you know, and for the family and everything to know that, you know, just a young woman.
I've just pulled up a little report here, Betty, that I'm just gonna quickly read just to
Okay.
do something to your, because like I said, I think it's maybe if you haven't got people in that world, as it were, you might not. You get me? Really know about it. So thanks for highlighting it. So I know you put a link, but I'm just gonna this is a NHS must tackle systematic racism as report shows staff discrimination on the rise. And this was actually from the 17th of the 1st, 2019. But it goes on, the NHS has been urged to tackle its systematic racism as new figures reveal that Black and minority ethnic backgrounds remain grossly underrepresented and discrimination is on the rise. The number of BME staff who reported experienced discrimination in the last 12 months has risen to 15% according to data published by NHS England in a new workforce race quality standard report. Reports of discrimination have increased from 13.6% in the 2015, whilst in contrast, 6% of white colleagues flagged up discrimination, and BME staff were found to be 1.24 times more likely to enter the formal disciplinary process compared to white staff, despite year-on-year improvements. So that underpins what you were saying, Betty, about the artists going up and down. NHS England reported that whilst BME staff represent nearly a fifth of the NHS entire workforce, the number in top positions are proportionally much lower, with 6.9% of very senior managers were found to be BME staff. So that's bad, isn't it, Betty? A fifth of the staff BME, but only 6.9 are senior management. And then they went and lost one with the suicide of that young lady, yeah?
Yeah.
That's why they took it down at least 1% to artists.
Yeah, this is it. There's another report where it says, like, in London, I think it says it from, if I'm just going off memory, is the midwives make up, black midwives of 24 boroughs make up 33%, but they are the ones that get disciplined, and the ones that have got sacked are all black.
Really?
Yeah, that's how sick it's getting. You know, just how you can just only sack black midwives, just very strange, very, you know, stinks of, you know, I suspect racism doesn't make sense. They're not getting rid of, you know, they're saying so many of the people who have been subject to disciplinary cases have been black midwives. You know what I mean? So
it
I
goes
don't know.
on. Let me read a bit more, Betty, if I may, yeah?
Okay.
It goes on. The Royal College of Nursing called the rise in reported discrimination towards BME staff truly appalling and called for redoubled efforts to increase the number of BME leaders within the NHS. Acting Chief Executive of the RCN, which is the Royal College of Nursing, Dame Donna Kinnair, stated it is a disgrace that BME staff experience racism, lower pay, harassment, and limited career progression within our health service. Imagine, Betty, and look how long we've been doing this thing, man. This
I know.
is what I'm saying.
No, you know why I don't feel like that. No, you know why I'm not happy to be a black woman. I'm not happy to be a black woman in Britain, man.
Nah. These are just occupational hazards, man. It is up to employers and policymakers working with trade unions and other organizations to put an end to this once and for all. I'm about to have a fucking. I thought I was going to just sorry, I thought I was going to have a what's that thing called? Anyway, I thought my leg was going to get tight there. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
She added, a good start would be ensuring there are more BME voices at the top of the profession. Yet, despite modest gains highlighted since last year, minority voices remain grossly underrepresented in the senior management position. The government cannot hope to increase staffing levels without the NHS embracing diversity at every level and extinguishing the damaging effects of racism on our health service. Across the NHS's 231 trusts in England, there were just 8 BME executive directors, of nursing, although the net number of executive BME board members had increased by 11. Wow. So 231, and there were only 8 BMEs. BME executives. Wow, that's not good. NHS England did report a sustained increase in black and minority nurses, health visitors, and midwives, and continuous improvement for many organisations across a range of indicators, but accepted that much more work is still needed. Wow.
And they're paid less as well.
Yeah, they mentioned pay. But then as well, it's a bit, not to say it's a bit of a tricky one, but I don't know, man. I don't want to say you must know what you're going into when you're becoming a nurse. You know what I mean? Because historically, they've never been well paid. You get me? So
no, it's not just nurses, because I looked at a report. It's nurses, doctors, black nurses and doctors. They're less paid.
Doctors as well, yeah.
Yeah, doctors as well.
Okay. All right. So, but yeah. I mean, okay. So there's what we said. It's just blatant racism, yeah.
Yeah, it's blatant racism. It's not because I looked at the whole report. It's on one of my. I did a video on this, the discrimination on the NHS that black people are facing. When you look at nurses and doctors as well as the supporting staff, all of them, or all black people are less paid in all of it. It's just a joke.
Sorry, I'm listening, Betty. I'm just looking at this little article that
Okay.
This woman's HeLpS.
I'm trying to find you the report. Let's see if I can find that report, because I leave all these reports on in my videos. It's just really now, because I can't understand Naifa, because my mum's friend, she lives in Bradford, and Auntie's always vocal. She's always, I'm like, Auntie, where are you going? Oh, I'm going London. I've got to go with the union. And you can tell she's not really happy being a midwife. And then like, yo, why is that? What's all this? I didn't expect, all these problems that she's, they're having.
And if anyone needs to be happy, Betty, it's people that are bringing life into the world or helping life come in. You get me? They need to be one of the happiest people out there working. Yeah. For real. Because if you're not happy, you might make a mistake, Betty.
Exactly.
That mistake might cost us. Oh, yeah.
And then another one of my mum's friends is a midwife, but she's got a doctorate. She's a doctor in midwifery. She's not like some like tiny little junior. Do you know what I mean? But the general attitude and feeling that I get from all of my mum's friends that are in the NHS, they're not as happy. They're not that happy. Some of them have gone to work in Saudi Arabia a couple of years. Mum's got this doctor that they live in Ipswich now. They were in Saudi Arabia for years, working as a doctor, than to do in the NHS.
Yeah, because it was even yesterday that one of my people told me that their cousin, their mixed race cousin, who's a midwife, actually, as you say that, left Plymouth and has gone to Australia to work as a midwife and is loving it.
You see, with that
Yeah.
fancy, and unless she's in the outback in the middle of Australia. I don't know if she probably ain't in the she probably ain't in the outback. She's probably in these coastal beach places in Australia.
And
But
she's
yeah,
not where the players are. You get me? But yeah, she is loving it, man. So, but that's why they always find it hard to do certain recruitment in England. So I guess that's probably why they, you know what I mean? I don't know, man. It's mad.
yeah, because of the script. This is it. All the racism affects all places in society. Let me see. I've got the video. I've got my video. Let me have a look at the report that I got it from. Yeah, the facts on the ethnicity, facts and figures when NHS pay. So that is where, this is where I got all the breakdown. So I'll put the link in the private chat for you. You can have a look at what I mean by the difference in pay. Like for example, if I just read one, it says, so let's say if we go to medical staff, I go to the actual medical staff senior. One moment, let me scroll. Medical senior. Okay, so if you go to like manager and senior managers in the NHS, yeah. And it says the white counterpart, the male white counterpart will get 5,218, and the black one will get 4,187. So that's £1,000 less.
Per month.
Yeah, I assume it's month. Yeah, it's going to be a month, isn't it? Because no one's going to live on 5,000 a year.
So that's like 12 grand over the year difference in pay.
Yeah,
so that's quite a big percentage in difference, man.
It's a ridiculous difference in pay. So these type of things, this is why, because my mum's friends, auntie and uncle went to Saudi Arabia for several years, and then eventually they came back, and now he's a GP, down south. But it's just like you can see the type of climate that makes them leave. Do you know what I mean? And then that statistic, that was non-medical staff and NHS, managers, seniors. Now, when you go to medical staff, white males get 5,934, and the black staff get 5,142. So that's, call it about 700 to 800 difference a month. That's medical staff, the average monthly pay. And that's,
But how do they get away with? I want to know how they get away with it, and what do they use to do you know what I mean? What do
Let me give you the females as well. Let me give you the females. That was the males, the black male and the white male. The medical staff that are white females, £5,104, and the black women get 4,303. So black women are paid, what's that, £800 less a month than white women who are medical staff monthly.
Yeah, it's similar to the guys, medical guys. But how do they get away with it though?
Me not know. This is why I have to go and study. Now, if I have to go and do criminology and sociology, I have the devils in the detail. That's why I need to know what's going on in this society. To get, like Neely Fuller says, to get rid of the system of racism and white supremacy and install a system of justice.
Come on.
I don't know how they get away with it. That's why now I know why Auntie is so stressed. She's coming all the way from Bradford to London every 5 minutes. Talking about she wants justice. And these
But then
white
at the same time, you know what I mean? Then there's the pay, the thing with even women and men betting, which was
Yeah.
highlighted, you know, very well in the BBC and that.
Oh, and what's going on the BBC now? I didn't look at that. Enlighten me. What's going on with
No,
the BBC?
a few of the ladies have publicized the, because I think their thing is public anyway, innit? Because it's a public company and so forth.
But so is the NHS. The NHS is publicly funded, but you'd be amazed at how they don't let you know about it. But I didn't know. You know, like the NHS is publicly funded as well, isn't it? But they don't tell you about the racial disparity in pay.
Yeah, let me.
But I didn't know anything about the BBC.
Let me see if I can bring
Okay.
up something so it's not just chatting. But yeah, I remember last year definitely. Let me see the best one to. Let me check this. I shouldn't even go to the worst thing to go to the BBC themselves. Hold on a sec. Bring this up. So about this, there's a definite pay gap. Oh shit! Which one? Hold on to now. Yeah, now. This sorry, but
it's all right, hon. It's all right. It's difficult because we don't do this subject. That's it. You know, when you're not doing this subject, then also you got to go find all the references.
Yeah, because you don't want people to think you're just talking out your ass, man.
Yeah.
Right. So this, because there was a lady. So let me just read this thing. So because this is one of the women that came out about it. That's why. Yeah. So a lady called Samaya Ahmed's battle with the BBC highlights the difficulties in bridging the gender pay gap, and this goes on. Progress in narrowing the gender pay gap has been slow, and pressure is mounting on employers and the government to instigate change. Because hours before she stepped past a front outside the Central London Employment Tribunal on Monday, BBC journalist Samaya Armour posed for a question. The Radio 4 presenter said, "I have a sense of pride working for a public service broadcaster that seeks to represent the diversity of Britain and its licensed fee payers. I just asked why the BBC thinks I am worth only a sixth of the value of the work of a man for doing the very similar job." A 16 over 80, fuck me. Miss Ahmed, whose legal case is being supported by the National Union of Journalists, previously secured an equal pay agreement with the BBC for her work on Radio 4's Front Row and Night Waves on Radio 3. Do you ever listen to Radio 4, Betty?
No, I never listened to it. Is it good? Is it worth a listen?
Well, it's just all very new. I mean, very news related and all. I mean, sometimes I pass through them places, you know what I mean? But it's always good to have a little bit of a difference to hear what people are saying in other places, you know what I mean? But I'm not saying I listen to it daily, no way. I used to listen to the LBC a lot, but I don't listen to it anymore.
Yeah, I used to listen to that as well.
Her current case against the corporation for alleged failure to provide equal pay for equal value work has struck a chord with women across Britain, many of whom suspect or explicitly know they are paid less than similar ranking male colleagues. And as new figures show, little progress has been made in the past year to narrow the gender pay gap. Pressure is mounting on employers and the government to instigate lasting change. According to the court documents, Miss Ahmed received £465 per episode of Newswatch, an audience-led critique of BBC news coverage, whilst Jeremy Vine, you know Jeremy Vine, baby, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was paid £3,000 per episode of Points of View. Fuck yeah, now. Jeez, man. So she's not even £500 per episode she was getting, and he was getting £3,000.
Hang on. How much was she getting? 500.
£464 per episode.
And he was getting
of Newswatch, yeah? You know Newswatch, innit? That comes on at BBC Two about 10:30.
Newsnight.
Wow.
Newsnight.
This one's Newswatch actually. No, my bad. This one's Newswatch.
Is this on the radio?
Yeah, an audience-led critique of BBC News coverage, while Jeremy Vine was paid £3,000 per episode of Points of View. His salary for the oh my God, Betty, guess how much he gets paid? £3,000 for how long, Betty?
Fucking hell! How long?
His salary for the 15-minute program, which follows a similar format, was cut to 1,300 last year before he left the show. Ms. Ahmed, who is seeking a total back pay claim for £6,993.245, described their work as comparable. Well, if he could get 3 grand for 15 minutes work, but that's our money, you know. However, the BBC, which is committed to equal pay, does not share her views. Points of View is an entertainment program with long history and is a household name with the public. Newswatch, while an important program, isn't a spokesman said. So they're what do you think about that, Betty?
I'm disgusted. I am really disgusted. I can't. That is
that point that they make though. So hold on. What the point that they're making is that Newswatch and Points of View. Obviously, Points of View they're saying gets much bigger numbers, yeah, and has been about a long time. Whereas Newswatch, you know what I mean? So. So do you think as news, what's it called? Oh, fuck's sake. Points of View, sorry. Do you think under that sort of condition that the person presenting that program should get more, Betty? Because the program's more popular and, you know, has had probably a bigger...
Not that much. Okay, I hear their point, but not that much. I mean, for goodness sake.
Yeah, so that's still, okay, fair enough. I agree, man. Even if it were to reflect the popularity of the program, I think that discrepancy is a bit mad still. I have to agree. It goes on to say, given evidence on Thursday, Miss Ahmed apologized to Mr. Vine for dragging his name into this, adding, my issues with the BBC, not with Jeremy Vine. I'm incredibly grateful, to him as a colleague. Some will say that star power should count for something. Goes on. Mr. Vine is recognizable to millions of TV and radio viewers and listeners, having fronted general election coverage, hosted Panorama, Crime Watch on the BBC Two game show Eggheads, and helmed the BBC Radio 2 lunchtime show, as well as appearing as a contest on Strictly Come Dancing. So obviously she just laid out his CV, yeah. But Miss Mohammed is no neophyte. Now, what the fuck does that mean? Let me check that. Neophyte, what does that mean? Oh, beginner. Look at that. Yeah, well, neo, of course, neophyte. All right. Neophyte, a beginner, a person who is new to a subject, skill, or belief. All right. Okay. All right. Her career stretches back almost 30 years and spans print, radio, and television, where she spent 11 years as a presenter and reporter at Channel 4 News. That's right. As Newswatch is repeated on BBC Breakfast on Saturdays, The NUJ claims that Miss Ahmed's show has an audience reach between 1.5 and 1.9 million people, more than double that of Points of View, which reportedly only attracts 800,000 viewers. Interesting. There may be justified reasons for paying those with higher public profiles more money than counterparts who may not be household names, but what impact does it have on the wage packet of women working from the spotlight? It goes on legal requirements. Companies, charities, and public sector departments with 250 employees or more are legally required to publish their gender pay gap figures by the end of the tax year. The most recent figures were published on Tuesday and show minimal progress in the past year in closing the pay gap, defined as the percentage difference between average hourly earnings for men and women. In the year to April 2019, the gender pay gap amongst full-time employees was 8.9%. up from 8.6% on the previous 12 months, according to the Office of National Statistics. What's more, women's salaries dropped by 8% in their 50s. Okay, Miss Ahmed is 51, Mr. Vine 54, while men's dropped by just half that. Wow. So your salary drops by 8% once you touch your 50s, baby.
Oh no, why is that? This is that. Why me not feel good about being a black woman? Not only do you get discriminated for being a woman, then they got the blackness or the brownness. They always value white men more because they're the ones that run things. They want to stay in power. Then they're not looking. The oppressor's not looking to share power with no one and get dislodged from his position, is it? Can you drop the link for that article for me, Naifa, so I can have a look myself? I didn't know nothing about the BBC thing.
Yeah, I will, Betty. I'll find a way. Let me just do it now. I think.
Okay.
I'll do it now.
I take it this lady is a woman of color.
Yeah, she's Asian.
Yeah, that sounds about right. She'd be worth less than them.
Yeah, so I just dropped it in the chat there. But yeah, sad but true.
Yeah,
it does go on. I mean, it goes a bit deeper still. It goes, what's okay? It goes, analysis by Restless, a careers and advice website for the over 50s, found women and men achieve peak full-time earnings in their 40s at £34,665 and £46,230 respectively. So that's 10 grand difference right there, they're saying, in their 50s. A 25% difference. But when they enter their 50s, women's earnings drop to £32,052 compared to £44,561 for men, which equates to a 28%. Rotted.
Lord Jesus.
Sam Smith, the chief executive of the Fawcett Society, which campaigns for gender equality and women's rights, said that at the current rate, it will take 60 years to eradicate the pay gap. The charity has called for a greater pay transparency to prevent wage discrimination. It's shocking to many people that nearly 50 years after the Equal Pay Act of 1970, pay made discrimination unlawful, we are still seeing cases like this from big city firms to supermarkets. Yeah. Mad. It goes on, but yeah, man, mad. But as well, I mean, after reading that, what I will do is also encourage women to just try to become, especially younger ones coming up, you know what I mean, become business women and, do you know what I mean, things like that, man, and not only have to rely on, you know what I mean.
Yes, I think also for women to know the fight continues, the fight for equality. Continue, especially if you're black or brown.
Well, 100%, man. I mean, you know, look, we've all, you know what I mean? All women are going to have their issues. White women, women of color, definitely. I mean, it is what it is. But like I said, for me, we're just trying to skill ourselves well enough and equip ourselves, Betty, for the fight. You get me? Because we know that the fight's going to be there. You
Yes.
understand? So as much as we can bawl and complain and highlight and all of these things, which is the right thing to do, don't get me wrong, but I'm saying for the youth them coming up, I just think that we need to make sure that we give them the tools to be able to navigate through it. You with me? I think that is more important than even, you understand me? Because racism and these things is not going nowhere.
No, it's not.
You understand? And it hasn't gone nowhere when, you know what I mean? It's been here from the Windrush. Yeah, and all it does is that it just takes on different forms, you know what I mean, and different names.
Yes.
With this Brexit thing now, it's becoming more apparent because the people then think, you know what I mean, they feel more comfortable to talk, even on these social media situations, because a lot of them are faceless. Again, they feel quite comfortable to talk about, you know what I mean, their racism.
Yeah.
And to me, it's not even a problem. Talk it, man. You get me? Talk it. It's your feelings, talk it. Yeah, I think it's worse when they suppress it.
Yes.
I think that's when it becomes worse. And that's where yesterday I was trying to say, I was talking to Phil on Reels, and I was saying that I do feel sorry for the indigenous when it comes to the pub situation and that, because I feel that the eradication of the pubs is really, you know what I mean, taking away their voice and leaving a lot of men, or white men in particular, frustrated. Because that's where they would go and vent their shit, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Their pint, drink, you know what I mean? Whatever. But
and the working man's club. The working man's club as well.
And all of these things, Betty. Because at the end of the day, it'll be silly for us not to think that, you know what I mean, the change in Britain is not visible, and that to some of them it's gonna piss them off. You know what I mean? Or that they'll find it hard to cope with it, or however you choose to put it. Just like in Nigeria, and in 5 years you're seeing bare Chinese people in your village, or bare who you understand it, that don't look like you. Obviously, it's gonna create a certain vibration. Yeah, get me? So my thing is, you know what I mean? Yeah, man. And I used to like a good pub anyway, like I said before, you know what I mean? A nice quintessential pub, nice open fire, and nice. Yeah, man. But yeah, English culture is changing. If it's for the better or for the worse, I don't know. Maybe that's something we can discuss on another time still, man. And because obviously different cultures are having a influence on quote unquote British culture.
Yes.
And yeah, 2020. What does this decade hold? What do you think? What will be on YouTube in 2030?
I don't know. I'm not too sure.
You will have finished your degree by then.
I
Because
don't
you
know.
said you've got 10 years to do it in, so you will then be a Bachelor of what? Arts, BA, yeah?
I'd like to have both of them done by then. I'd like to be a Bachelor's of Arts in Visual Communications and an MA in Sociology and Criminology. Then I can go on to my PhD.
Okay, you're going all the way, Betty.
Yeah, like Dr. Mumby. Yeah, you got to go all the way. Dr. Mumby. You know Dr. Mumby? That one that came to Speaker's Corner. That one from the sister from Kenya.
Okay, that was a little while ago, yeah?
Yeah. She got a PhD in African Women's Studies from the University of Nairobi.
Oh, okay.
She got an
Well,
MD.
go for it, Betty, man. You go for it, though.
Yeah, go all the way.
Passion, man.
Yeah.
And I guess with long distance learning as well, it makes it easier as well, more accessible as well. So
cheaper as well.
Yeah, and cheaper. I think that's the main thing.
You can try out some free courses.
And they're still credible, right? They're still the same accreditation as the classroom-based ones.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. You just look for a credible site, because Open University has been going for decades, more than 40.
That's right.
You know what I mean? It's just
I think many people have passed through the OU, to be fair, man. So it's
yeah.
definitely OU is definitely credible. That's without a shadow of a doubt, man.
I think my college started in, because it's like a sort of charity, started in the 80s, but I've got a student loan for it. Do you see what I mean? For the government. So,
Mm-hmm.
and I know it's verified and stuff like that. Most people don't really know about my one because it's the arts. They don't really publicize the degrees that you can get artistically, because you can do photography, you can do film, textiles, creative writing, illustration, painting, fine art. They don't, because it's the arts. People don't know about the distance learning that you can do for the arts. It's all about academia, isn't it?
Yeah, and I would even go as far as to say, I don't know. No, that's not. I was going to say that we're not very, but that's not very true. We are artistic. I just think because I was really thinking like, seemingly a lot of black people don't necessarily go to like, the theatre and
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah.
They closed down our theatres though. There was a theatre, a black-owned theatre in Hume. I think it was called the Naya Centre. Big, massive building. And it just went into liquidation. They couldn't afford to keep it running. Beautiful theatre inside. So when we have a little something for ourselves, we just can't keep it going. And then the mega church from Kenya come and bought half of the building. Black people, we always got money for God, never money for the arts and other things.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Big up to you, because I really haven't got that much interest in the arts myself, if I was going to be perfectly honest. You get what I'm saying to you? So big up to yourself, even for having that passion, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah.
I hope to be able to create cartoons, because like you said, Disney. That's the type of thing I want to do. Do a bit of what do you call it? Animation? What did you call it?
Animation. Yeah.
Because there's subliminal messages that they're giving to the children in the cartoons. I want to be able to create African-centered cartoons that promote positive images and not all this type of fuckery that they keep on promoting.
That's right. Well, and that's what I was saying before, Betty, that going forward, I think we just need to try to put out, different narrative, more, to put out other narratives to try to balance out the negative ones. You see what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of positive stories out there, and I think that's important for us to remember, even just for our own psyche.
Yeah.
Because if you just keep hearing negative things, you know what I mean, and allow just real negative energy to, it's not a good, it's not a good diet.
Yes, this
you
is
know what
it.
I mean? But even when it comes to the social media thing and what you listen to on YouTube and Snap and all these various things, you gotta make sure that you get me. The balance is right, man.
This is
Otherwise,
it.
the world might start to look hella crazy, man.
Yeah. Did you hear about the first black smartphone? I heard that on Everyone Hates Angel. I think it's an African American guy.
Oh yeah, I know him still. The first black what?
It's a black-owned smartphone company.
Black-owned. Okay.
Yeah, so check out Everyone Hates Angel. For anyone who's in America who wants to buy a black-owned phone, a smartphone company that's engineered and created a phone.
First ever black-owned 4G LTE smartphone. And this is going back to 2018, seemingly, from this article. This is from New Web. Let me see. Freddie Figures is an inventor, computer programmer, software engineer, and entrepreneur. He is the youngest person in history to hold an FCC license, which allows him to operate his own cell phone company. Founded in Quincy, Florida, his company Figures Communication has already developed and is soon to be released the Figures F2 L4G LTE smartphone, competing head-on with the new iPhone. I wonder if any of the hip-hop people or any of the black actors or them, because we should know about this. iPhone and other popular
Yeah.
smartphones. This elegant device has a 5.7-inch blah 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 dual camera blah blah blah. Let me see. Not
It's
just
a
a
positive
phone.
story.
Definitely. I think, you know what, Betty, as we were just talking that, let me just post that as well. This is also for the people that pass through later. Yeah, man. Change, be the change we want to become. Get that in, man. CC settings, that is.
Yeah, constructive convo. Are you part of constructive convos?
Yeah, man.
Oh, is it still going on? You don't do no streams no more.
No, not as before, but hopefully we'll be back.
You
But
the back.
scattered, I mean, scattered is our new CC as well, man. So that's where we are. That's
Oh,
where
is he the chief? The man be the chief.
Nah, but you know what I mean. That's where you can find us because he shows are on like
Oh.
everyone now.
Oh, so you on his channel? Oh, okay.
Mm.
I hear you. But yeah, like
Right.
the positive stories, it is important that people hear the positive stories. Me love technology. I love technology. We got 3 smartphones, and we're always like, I used to review phones and like cameras, and you know, for me, it's either hair. You know, I could either get myself some nice human hair or get myself a camera, and it's just gonna be camera equipment every single time. But bunda human hair when I can get a nice lens for my camera, another phone, you know, all the little gadgets, you know, the tablet for the table. Do you know what I mean? Those are the things that I like in life.
All right, Betty, listen to this. I'm going to read the rest of this, and then I think this is a beautiful way to end the show. So I've got to go and do some ish. But this gentleman that we're talking about, Betty, yeah, that's
Yeah.
a own phone company, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes on to talk about his background, Betty, yeah. So
Okay.
it goes, Freddie was abandoned at birth, but was adopted by a loving family when he was just 2 days old. At the age of 9, he received a broken computer that he was able to fix within a week. Developed dementia and would often get lost. Freddie designed a smart shoe for his dad with GPS tracking and a two-way communicator, Betty.
Big up, man. It's amazing.
Hello, ladies.
Hi, Jupiter.
Right, Juju.
No need to drop. I said I would do one day, so I'm here now.
Jukes.
New Year present, Nines.
All right.
One deserves another. Say no
Come
more.
on. All right. Let me just finish this story, Jupiter. Yeah. Hold on a second. It goes on. At the age of 12, he has landed his first job as a computer technician working for the city of Quincy, Florida. At the age of 15, he started his own cloud computing service company, Betty. Look at that. This guy was abandoned. By the time Freddie had turned 24 years old, he had over 80 custom-ware programs designed, built, and executed. Even more, he had sold every one of them, Betty.
You say?
Now you see, exactly. But you see, now back in the day, because Freddie ain't no new thing, you know. But remember back in the day, Betty, we used to do enough things, but we weren't able to get the patent and this and that. You with me? And then other people ran away without ideas, this and that, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
So that's why I give thanks for education.
Yes.
And thanks for being able to read and write.
Yes.
Can't take those things for simple, man. Get me?
Yeah.
All of this led up to him eventually launching Figures Communication, the only black-owned and minority-owned telecommunications firm in the United States that is complete networks like AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. Wicked. His company owns 4 utility patents, see there's that word, and 2 design patents in the industry. You see what I'm saying? Once you've got your patents, you know, Betty, you're good.
Yeah.
You're good. You've got your patents, man. So big up to this guy. I'll put the link in the chat, but his name is Freddie Figures. That's a mad name still. Yeah. And that report was from 2018. So yeah, man.
So anyone who
So
can these phones. Anyone who's got a phone in the United States and America, I wouldn't mind getting hold of the phones because I was looking at that MaRs phone, but that MaRs phone is owned by some Indian, even though it's built in Africa and it's assembled in Rwanda, and that's still an achievement. I would still buy a MaRs phone because it's assembled in Rwanda and stuff, and obviously it's going to create jobs in Africa and stuff, but it's not black owned, it's not African owned. But big up to this guy.
Yeah, but at this point, I would be saying, boy, I'm supposed to hear certain footballers and rap artists and all these. You get me?
Yeah.
Talking about this like a mazza.
You know them. You know.
Matting. So yeah, Jude, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just wandering around, seeing whose shows I want to go on. I've been on Vellies, but Khan's over there worrying about this, what Ash did with the Quran. So
Are they still talking about that? Oh man.
Yeah.
Talk about drama of
so-
day, man. Fuck's sake. Where else?
Oh, I can't even be bothered to get into it again. I was just like, no, I can't. It's just too much.
I know. It's always about. That's why I like it here and other channels. Islam is always a topic when Khan or sort of certain Muslims turn up. All they ever do is talk about Islam. So it's nice to be here.
But the thing is,
Well, I was the only woman on there. Mohammed something come on to talk about the hijab, and I got kicked off. I was like, oh yeah, leave all the men talking about what women should wear in Iran. It made me laugh.
Yeah, you see.
Yeah, men do like to talk about women's topics. That's no doubt, man.
That was too funny.
I don't even want to get onto that because I don't want it to become a man washing thing. But yeah, some of the men are very feminine in it. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is, man.
It's true. Yeah, mummy's boys, bare mummy's boys about that. They sound like they just come off the press and just turn on to solids.
Did you hear? So I don't know if you was hearing. We read a little report about the pay gap and things like.
No, I've not heard it.
Across the professions, yeah. We just read a little article where there's a you would probably know her actually. If I can find it, but like there's an Asian news reporter, and she's comparing her pay to Jeremy Vine. Yeah, and in one bit, Jeremy Vine was getting £3,000 for doing 15 minutes work for points of view.
Wow.
What do you think about that?
I think if it's exactly the same work, and like you've just said, and there is absolutely no difference, and they're doing the exact same amount of time, they should be paid the same.
Well, I think her, because what they're saying is because so I think her slot was longer than 15 minutes, if I remember correctly. But what they were saying, Jupiter, is that because he, has got a better CV, basically, you understand me, and has been out to a wider audience, that he basically deserves more money. That's basically long and short of it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, you agree with that, because that's the point that the BBC were trying to make.
Yeah, because I think that they need to, experience is value. I think that's one of the things that we've lost in this country. A lot of older people, their experiences are being ignored. So when they're like in the workplace and stuff, and I think it should be respected. So
yeah, all right. But in the same report, we talk about when women go get up, because they was showing the disparate thing between men and women, yeah. And it was saying that basically your highest earning power is in your 40s, yeah. But when women got to their 50s, they say that their team went down 28% compared to men.
Yeah, I can believe that.
So what do you think about that? Because now, obviously, in our 50s, we've all got experience, this, that, and the other, yeah. Because even she had 30 years experience in the job. You know what I mean? Before she went to the tribunal or whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying the report said that when you get to your 50s, that basically your earning power becomes 28% less than men.
Yeah, I think that's a disgrace. Because your experiences don't decrease in value. In fact, they always go up. They never go down. They go up and they go up and they
Okay.
go up.
Okay.
Because you always put wisdom can only ever grow. It can never get worse unless you have a brain injury or something. So that's really wrong. Really wrong. And if it's all down to aesthetics, then men need to get over themselves because there's enough ugly men that we have to work with when we're in the workforce.
It's true. It's true.
It is though, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
it's
right.
true. I think the old people, because they have to pay them more. You know, time is accrued, so they get rid of the old people who have the experience because the pay is going to rise. So that's why they get rid of them and get in a younger version.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, and that's where it's wrong. But you know, all we can do is speak out about it and hope that one day it'll change. Do I think it'll change? Probably not.
Yeah,
Women have to do it for themselves. That's what they have to do. They have to open up their own businesses and do it for
that's
themselves.
exactly what we were saying, Jude. Finally, we agree on something, woman.
Yeah, because if
May
you do
not
it,
be.
yeah, definitely. No, because if you that's what I was going to say. If you rely on men, you're still giving the men the power, and it's not worth it. So to take the power back, you do it yourself.
Right. But the men can't really. I see a lot of men. They can't really manage the power shift, though. That's a definite. I think a lot of men are not growing in line with what women roles are evolving. Let me say it like that. Yeah. I think some men are stuck in, stuck in a time bomb.
Yeah,
By
you're breaking up quite a bit. I don't know
yeah,
what's that.
sorry, it's probably me. Let me. I think I can come out and come in again. I don't know if that's gonna make any difference. One talk still. I'll come back in.
Okay. Yeah, I just think that well, women have always matured before men anyway. Even as teenagers and that girls come out of the teenage stage and become sort of like adolescents before men do anyway. Everybody knows that. I don't know. I think it's hard for men at the moment though because there has been this hard left feminism that's kind of taken a lot of rights away from men, and it's ended up destroying the nuclear families. So you have to see it from that side as well. But yeah, we have got some that are dragging their feet and they don't want to move into the 2020s.
Right. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, did you hear what I
All right.
said?
No, say that again, Juba.
All right, I'll repeat it.
Left.
I said, yeah, the thing is with men, women always mature quicker than men anyway. We know that. That's a given fact. It's in science, they will tell you that. When two babies are born early, for example, there's more chance of the female fetus surviving than the male because I don't know, there's something inherently in women that is just sort of like a fighter, a survivor.
Started this ish. That's why. But go on.
But yeah, but I think it is.
Oh man, stick a pin, Juba. Big up my brother Delani, man. Bloody good to see you, brother. Yeah, big up yourself, man. Peace and blessings, black family. Come on, black power, baby. Come energize my soul. Big up my brother. Big up, big up, big up. Oops.
Yeah, no, so I think, but I also think it's been a little bit difficult in recent years for men. But yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Have I lost connection? No, I'm still making a noise, I think.
Maybe I like this.
Right, let me go out and come back in.
Must be it's gone. Let me see. I don't think my team's moving. Let me see if I can check. Let me see. Big up to the families in the building still, you know. I haven't even really got to where I was. Oh. Big up to the families. Yeah, alright, I can be heard. So I think Jupiter was just gonna be talking about but yeah, I'm definitely saying that some, I think a lot of men, and I'm not blaming them, you know what I'm saying to you, I'm not blaming them at all, man. But yeah, definitely stuck in a time gone by. As women's roles have changed, I just think some men haven't necessarily changed with it mentally. You know what I'm saying to you? Especially if as a man you ain't really got much going on for you. You know what I mean? There's been an increase in like domestic violence and these type of situations. And I think a lot of it is because a lot of men are just frustrated. You understand? Frustrated with their life. You know what I mean? Ain't really got much to what's wrong with G? What's wrong with you? You lot are petty. What happened to you? Say nothing be guy, yeah? You're coming with your negative shit. What are you talking about? Why are we petty? Come jump on and tell alright. Don't be a fucking keyboard warrior, baby. Come tell me why we're being petty. Go on. You know what I mean? Man, because we've not even said nothing yet. Petty about what? That's like the example of exactly what we're talking about. Anyway, baby.
Talking about man's bras. What's it about?
Mate. You see? Just shut up, man. What have I said? A MaRs a day helps you work, rest, and play. What's the problem? What have you heard me say? Have you even listened to the stream? What have you heard me say? Just shut up, man. You get me? Because if you listen to the stream, you know that nothing's being mentioned. It's just shut up, man. Just come piss me off. Yeah? I was gonna mention something, yeah, but I've not said nothing. Yeah, all I said is a MaRs. Listen, shut up, man. Go on, Jupiter. Like seriously.
No, I'm saying so.
The thing is,
I do.
I watched this.
Your connection's really bad. It's going in and out, in and out.
One is feel that you have to comment. As a man, why? Why? Why do you feel as a man that you have to comment? See, this is my thing. You get me? Oh, listen, don't let me tell you about yourself, man. Seriously, give your time, man. Say, man, like, what has it got to do with you? Yeah, the only thing you should be worrying about right now is pleasing your woman this morning, or giving her some breakfast, or doing something sensible. Why are you out here getting involved in women's business, Reggie? Go on, Jupiter. This is what and this, in fact, stay there because this perfectly times in what we're talking about. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because you are obviously a man that has nothing to do with his life. Yeah.
I do think it's been a little bit hard for men.
The best thing you can do is come in and start and get involved
I'm not even talking about anything to do with the argument. I don't know what they're going on about. Or Mars bars.
business. Yeah. Understand me?
I think those remarks are meant to be for me, Nynefa. Why are you getting involved? But I wasn't even talking about that. I've come over here to talk about women's stuff. It's just ridiculous. Can you hear me, Nynefa?
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yes, I do.
Yeah, no. So I think for men it has been a bit difficult in these past few years because we've had this third wave feminism that's kind of taken away a lot of rights of men, and I do think there needs to be a little bit of a balance there. But yeah, they are. Men also need to think about women in a lot of areas where they don't. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said, you know, in the beginning, I don't even blame them. Do you know what I mean? I don't even blame them. You with me? But definitely, there has been a pace in the change of women. Definitely, you know what I mean. Just even in one generation, it could be argued. You understand what I'm saying to you? And
yeah,
I just think that, you know what I mean. The man them need to. I don't know how, but I don't know. I don't want to say they need to catch up, but. And I think more importantly, it's even about what we teach the generations coming up, to be fair, as
yeah.
understand me. Especially as well. Women need to be freed and empowered.
Altogether, I've got 6 sons. I know. So
yeah. So even you yourself could be a, you know what I mean? Because I know you've been having children for ages. Isn't it? I'm saying the case, but obviously you probably had generations, not throughout the decade. I don't mean like that, but in terms of, I know you got young children now and children, so you can show, you may see a good comparison.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say, in the way in which there's been a thing, the whole vibration when it comes to boys, and you know, that whole gender thing. You know what I mean? Like some
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
of them were overly mad.
Wow, your internet is really, really bad. I don't know why it's like this. Why is your internet being?
But no, I don't know. But maybe I should stop.
Slowing you down on purpose.
All right, I'm gonna cut it and come again. Something, it's a bit jumpy, but it is I think it's a topic that we can certainly delve into. Jupes, you understand what I'm saying to you? Maybe somewhere where we might be able to find a common ground to have a conversation without it being, you know.
Yeah, definitely. So what are you doing now? You're doing a new stream, or you're going to leave it till tomorrow? Or
I'll probably leave it for a bit anyway, because I've got a couple of things to do, man. So yeah, Betty's saying that's
no, that's fine. All right. Well, I'll try and catch you later. If you're on later, I'll try and catch you on. When you go off your StreamYard, when you go to your analytics, just check that it's on the proper running time, because sometimes if you've knocked it onto the wrong running time, this is what happens.
Oh, is that right? Okay, I'll definitely do that. But because I'm right by my computer and everything, my everything, but it might also be my laptop, to be fair. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But listen, have a nice day.
Robot.
Yeah, exactly. So you have a nice day, you know what I mean? Look after yourself, don't get any trouble.
I'm trying not
to. All right. One love, family. One love. Thanks for passing through. This has been a 9. You don't know the settings. 9 and out. A Mars a day makes you a Mars a day. Helps you work, rest, and play.
Yeah,
You're
that's
funny.
all we
Take
need to
care.
do when we talk about Mars bars. Everything else is just nonsense. So, peace and love, family. Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love, man. All right.